I believe, but he did run the 48-hour at one of our Nardini Series races out in Fadox last year, where he ran over 200 miles, 201.3 miles during that 48-hour event. So excited to see him out here. And then Jeff Browning also tackling the track 24-hour time, I believe, for the first time.
On T back in 2020, like you said, when he was at Desert Solstice, he ran 12:41 for 100 miles, which was, and still is, or is the number 9 North American mile on that list. So it matches, yeah, Camille's PR. So fairly even competition in that regard.
Yeah, I think that sets up pretty well, I think, for both Camille and Camille in terms of, like, coming in. We all know that Camille is, here with the intention of chasing the 100-mile world record once again. So I think that the field's set up to be, really competitive, to kind of help move her forward towards that goal. I know that she has, other milestones that she wants to hit along the way, possibly a 50-mile record, but also the 12-hour. I believe is something that she's eyeing off as well. So
I think she said in a social media post there's potential 15 records she was going after. So yeah.
Yeah, never ceases to amaze me, and there are few things as like entertaining in our sport as Camille Herron firing on all cylinders on like a very runnable course, right? And so, if she's having a good day, it's bound to be fireworks, which is going to be a lot of fun.
Actually, it's kind of funny. I was out doing a little run last night on the canal right next to the track, and saw Camille and her husband Connor out there getting one last run in, and that was about 8 o'clock last night. So she's putting in some last minute miles, which is cool to see.
Yeah, and we are also checking in with the live chat. So it sounds like our audio might be a little bit muffled, so we'll make sure that we're looking into that. But there was a question. It looks like Sarah Newberry, a legend of the live chat here, always tuning in. The race did start at 8 Mountain Time. We were a little bit delayed in terms of getting live, just because of some technical issues. We are set up. Our commentary is set up trackside at high school. We're in lane 7, lane 8 here on the track, watching runners come by, and we'll work on continuing to get some of our trackside cams up and running, and being able to bring you all of the action here at the 2022 Desert Solstice Track Invitation.
Yeah, and one of the nice things about being trackside is just throughout the day we hope to bring in some athletes, some crew, volunteers, just have different people in the booth, so you get a little more interesting commentary, and yeah, that'll be nice.
You make it sound like people are going to be sick of our voices at a certain point.
Maybe eventually, never know.
Hopefully we can continue entertaining you all throughout the course of the day. Again, we are kind of just getting underway here. We will keep you updated on everyone's progress, but couldn't ask for nicer weather currently here in Phoenix. The sun is out. I guess you could want maybe a little bit of overcast if you were running, but nice cool temps as of right now. Got some runners in jackets still. But yeah, couldn't ask for better weather, and Camille Herron is coming by our broadcast booth right now as you're now taking a look at one of our drone shots here. everyone obviously looking pretty smooth. 40 minutes in.
18.
Oh, 8.
Right?
18 minutes in. Yeah, sorry.
Do we want to maybe run through just all the names in the field? Let folks know who's here, or do they have to?
Yeah, we will run through most of these names. I think that I don't know that everyone on our current list is actually running. Like Scott Trayer, for instance, I don't think I've seen Scott.
Yeah, no, Scott was
so I don't think
last minute drop, as well as Nicole.
Yep. So we've got Amanda Nelson from Woodstock, Ontario, Canada. She has a 24-hour PR of 140.95 miles. Quite impressive.
She also had a pretty stellar year this year. This fall or late summer, she was representing Canada at the Backyard, the World Championships, and I think I'm correct in saying that she was the female champion, going. Let me check my notes here. She did 55 loops. Which in kilometers, 368 kilometers, so she's definitely used to going the distance. That was one of the things that caught my eye. And this is actually, I saw on her social media, her first international race. She's joining us from Canada.
That's awesome. And then we have Marissa Lizak from Marina Del Rey, California. A very accomplished fixed-time runner, holds the U.S. 48-hour record at, let me check here, at 243 miles. And then her 24-hour PR is 151 miles, which I believe is pending ratification for an age group national record. Not 100% sure on that, but I think that's got to be pretty close to the age group national record, possibly pending kind of USATF ratification there.
This will be her 4th time at Desert Solstice, so she keeps coming back.
Yep, she was here in 2021, ran 140.18 miles over the 24-hour distance, was the women's winner of the 24-hour. So it's awesome, obviously, to see her back. And then next on kind of our list to run through is Kaylee Demersion, the Savannah, Georgia native. I believe this is going to be her first 24-hour event. Again, not sure how many of these athletes or which athletes are going to be going for the full 24 hours versus looking to get in a fast 100-miler, but she has a 100-mile PR of 15:02 at Brazos Bend. She was the champion at Brazos Bend 100 in 2021. So she's still really young and pretty early in her ultra running career. Only 26 years old, comes from more of a track background, having run collegiately at Savannah College of Art and Design in Atlanta. I believe Kaylee is also a sub 5-minute miler, which is pretty impressive on the women's side there. So it's cool to see her moving up in distance and holding her own against all these experienced runners.
Yeah, she definitely has a lot of leg speed, and she was also a member of the 100K World Championship team earlier this year after her win at Mad City 100K. I think that earned her a spot on the team. So already, just within 2 to 3 years of competing in the sport, already representing at the world stage.
Yep, and just comments in the chat. It sounds like our audio is better now, so thank you all for keeping tabs, letting us know when things don't sound right, so that we can fix things to bring you the best viewing experience possible. So, and thank you to all 100+ people who are tuning in right now. We appreciate you all. And then next on our list was Scott Trayer. It sounds like Scott has pulled out. Someone in the chat had asked if Scott had an injury. I don't think so. I know that he's a race director here at Aravaipa as well, so he had a race that he directed last weekend. I think he's got another one next weekend.
Yeah.
So I think that I don't know. I haven't talked to Scott in terms of like his training and whether he's healthy or not, but I think that probably has more to do with it than like his fitness or anything like that. I think race directing consumes a lot of your time and takes a lot out of you. And for him to have had, again, a race last week and then a race next weekend, I think he's probably just trying to rest up for that.
Yeah, no, I can confirm that because Scott, being from the Boston area, I had messaged him excited. I'm also from the Boston area and I'm just excited to see him out here, but he replied saying exactly that. He's taking a break. A lot of busy schedule with the race directing. Yeah, McDowell Mountain Frenzy last weekend, and yep, another one next weekend.
No, and Jamil is sending me messages. While Jamil is not on site today, he's currently down in Tucson race directing the Tucson Marathon, which is Aravaipa Running's first marathon endeavor that we're putting on this weekend. We recently took over the 30-plus-year-old race, one of Arizona's longest-standing marathons. So Jamil is down taking care of that, but he did say he thinks that Scott might be also battling some niggles. So
some niggles, okay.
I don't want to put that out in the world, but that's what my my sources are telling me.
Inside
so.
scoop, yeah.
Yeah.
It was cool to see the Tucson Marathon also as a 50K road race as well.
Yeah, so Tucson Marathon.
Not too many of those.
Half marathon, marathon relay.
Okay.
So you can, come do the marathon distance with friends if you're not ready for anything that long, and then a road 50K. And obviously we're not here to talk Tucson Marathon the whole time, but I don't know that you could ask for somewhere this time of year with better weather and a faster course than Tucson. Beautiful area, beautiful weather. So anyone who's looking to hop on the roads next year, definitely check it out. And then next on our list of athletes who just went by moments ago, and we talked about him briefly earlier, is Olivier Leblond. He's, again, the U.S. 48-hour national record holder, I believe. I actually don't know that. I apologize. He set the course record at FADOC's 48-hour. He also ran the 48-hour at 6 days in the Dome in 2021. Where he ran 219.88 miles, and then he ran 12:41 for the 100-mile distance as he passes by our broadcast booth right now at Desert Solstice in 2020. So definitely some. And he's just always an exciting runner to watch when he, steps into these fixed time races. So huge shout out to Olivier Leblond, and then the great Camille Herron, who I know that everyone is excited for. We've got two of her brand partners, two of her sponsors who are helping support the race. This year with Hoka, who is our presenting sponsor, and without them, none of what we're currently doing would be possible. And then also her watch sponsor, Koros, who huge shout out to them. And Koros is currently running a discount or a sale on their website. So anyone who purchases a new watch over at Koros.com will get a free pair of arm sleeves. So cool. As the winter months wear on, you got to keep those arms warm, So head on over to Koros.com, get yourself a new watch, because who doesn't want a new watch? Don't have to worry about charging it all the time. Incredible battery life. So go on over there and check that out. But yeah, Camille, like we had mentioned earlier, chasing 100-mile world record here at Desert Solstice. Hopefully we get to see some magic. You know,
I hope so.
like I said, Camille firing on all cylinders is one of the more exciting things to see in our sport. Because not only is she running fast, but she always looks like she's having fun doing it.
Yep, there's always a smile.
Yep. And then, let's see. Let's check in with the chat here real quick. Brendan O'Hara. Awesome to hear Patrick from TARC on the live stream.
Oh, yeah, representing TARC. Good
Yep.
to see you recently, Brendan. He was out snapping photos at one of our Trail Animals Running Club events last weekend.
Yep, that is what he had mentioned in the chat here. And then let's see, we've got Jacob Jackson, usually a crowd favorite from Loma Linda, California. He's obviously no stranger to distance, no stranger to Desert Solstice, has been here a number of times, has a 13:33 100-mile PR and a 164.7 mile 24-hour PR. So we'll be excited to see you know, what Jake's goals are as the day unfolds, and to kind of see him out there, you know, chasing new barriers. I remember last year he came through at Desert Solstice. He came through the 100-mile mark, I believe, right with Nick Curry, who went on to set the 24-hour, the U.S. 24-hour record here at Desert Solstice. So it'll be awesome to see Jake back out here again. Another Koros athlete. So, you know, shout out to Jake.
Yeah, and I think this will be his 4th Desert Solstice, so he's very familiar with with this track here, having run hundreds of miles and I guess probably thousands of loops. But yeah, really good to see him back.
And here coming by our broadcast booth right now is Bob Hearn, who, again, another fixed time legend, also of note a celebrity at the Javelina 100, I might add, 2-time winner of one of the crowd's favorite awards at Javelina, the Best Ass Award. He's done multiple loops, 20-mile loops at Javelina, in very minimal clothing, I guess is the way I'll put it. So,
yeah.
But again, Bob, very accomplished fixed time runner. Also was on the live stream last year, helped us broadcast. So it's kind of like you're filling in for Bob Hearn this year.
Jeez, big
Patrick.
shoes to fill. Yeah, I know we had Chris find out from Bob. I think he's shooting for both the 24-hour in age group national record and then also the K age group record. So that's exciting to see. I know he posted about 8 days ago he was unsure of whether he was going to make it because he had tested positive for COVID, unfortunately, but I'm glad he's feeling back better. And this will be his 5th, or actually 6th, I think, Desert Solstice attendance.
Yeah, and he's been, again, just a staple of the fixed time community for such a long time, and someone who really has like pacing and strategy really dialed in, and one of the early kind of innovators in terms of, you know, how to really pace and look at the data to get you to your kind of end goal with some of these fixed time races. So great to see him out on the track and kind of back. Yeah, the fact that he wasn't able to run last year let everyone know that he wasn't sure if he was going to be able to run this year. It's nice to just see him out there giving it a go, and you know, he's going to have really spot on pacing.
Yes, we know that.
Yeah, he's gonna, I think he's in for, you know, depending how he's feeling, hopefully he's in for a really good day. Let's just check in on the chat here. Let's see. Are the majority of people in super shoes this year? I think that you've got a variety of different shoes. There are a lot of Hokas. A lot of Hoka shoes.
Yeah, we'll get a tally on the shoes later. I know back when I was in 2018, 2019, that was one of my one of my to-do lists is getting a tally on all the shoe brands and models. But yeah, I'm seeing quite a few of the Alpha Fly, Next Percents, a lot of Hoka, Rincons, and Carbon X's. I've seen a few Asics, and I think someone was rocking a pair of Escalantes.
There's a couple Ultra
yeah.
sponsored athletes as well, including Jeff Browning, who we mentioned earlier.
Yes.
So
yeah, I'm looking at a pair of Ultra Vanishers right now. So yeah, good mix of footwear out there.
But yeah, I haven't. That is actually interesting because the question then specifically referenced Nick Curry racing in the Alpha Fly last year.
Mm-hmm.
The Alpha Fly. I don't think I've seen a pair of Nike Alpha Flies out there yet. Although there's one pair right there.
Yeah, one or two at least.
Immediately after I say that, I see a pair come by. But yeah, there aren't that many. You see a lot more Hokas than any other brand, I think.
Yeah, no, I would agree there. Yeah, it's an interesting choice, I think. Some people like the, I would say, super light, responsive shoe, and then others are going for like max cushion. I mean, definitely a lot of Hoka Cliftons out there.
Yep.
So not a plated shoe, but I think they're thinking they're going to feel pretty good in those maybe come hour 20.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and many people having been here for numerous years, they've really figured it out over the years what works well for their feet. But what's nice about just having just such a short loop, a quarter mile, is they have easy access to be able to change shoes, whenever they need to. And so I think towards the second half of the race, we'll start to see that happening.
Yeah, and you have, not everyone here is a fixed time veteran, but you do have a lot of fixed time veterans or people with experience at these longer distances, right? And so I think a lot of them have just over time probably also dialed in the shoe that works for them, right? So, maybe the Hoka Clifton works better for some people they've determined over their time running these 24-hour track races than sun is fully out here in Phoenix. When we first got here, it was a little bit cold.
It was.
Now it's feeling quite
Heating
nice.
up a bit, yeah. Yeah, and I think we start to see some people shedding some layers out on the track. A lot of singlets now.
Yep, a lot of singlets. People are just, out here to enjoy a nice day. Nice day on the track. So we've got a few runners in these Love Running singlets. We'll have to...
That's the Team Run crew.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
so who just passed, that was Andrew Skurka, and then, the two...
the Urbanski brothers.
Urbanski brothers, and I'm not sure who their fourth recruit is.
Yep. We could probably dive through the list. I'm assuming that it's someone from Colorado, but maybe not. And it sounds like maybe our audio is back. So thank you all so much for your patience here. And again, for anyone just tuning in, it sounds like both Nicole Monette and Scott Trayer, both kind of late scratches from the race, so neither of those athletes will be out on the track today. I don't know. Do you know why Nicole had to withdraw?
Yeah, she posted a couple days ago. I think she was dealing with some sciatica pain, so sadly, had to pull out. I know she was really looking forward to, coming back here, but we'll hope to see her next year.
And Randy Cafaro in the chat providing us with some World Cup updates. So shout out to you. Apparently Morocco has scored against Portugal and leads 1-0. So thank you, Randy, for providing the updates. I've been watching the World Cup quite a bit, as I do every 4 years, right?
Should we be happy or sad about that current score?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I will say Morocco probably has a stronger history in distance running, right? So maybe that's a reason as a runner to root for them. Obviously, Hicham El Garouj, one of the more notable Moroccan mid-distance runners. One of the runners who inspired me quite a bit when I was younger in terms of just being able to watch him fail quite a bit at the Olympic Games before finally overcoming those failures and succeeding at the Athens Olympics in 2004. He had an incredible kick against then Kenyan citizen, Bernard Lagat, now American citizen, University of Arizona assistant coach, I believe. So all comes full circle, right?
Yep. And there was Amanda Nelson who just passed us in front of the booth, and it looks like she's rocking her Canadian jersey from the Backyard World Championships, so that's cool to see. We have Pete Kostelnick in his Hoka kit, rocking the all-white Cliftons, looking smooth as ever.
Phoenix resident.
Yeah.
Pete Kostelnick now, so shout out to Pete the local.
How long has that been? Do you know?
I don't know. Sometime this year, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and Pete back in, I'm not sure the year, several years ago, he set what I think was the American record here at Desert Solstice, having run, I think it was 167 miles. Yeah, but I think it was maybe 163.5, but very accomplished runner. I always am blown away by his Transcon record.
Yeah,
42 days, 6 hours, 30 minutes for San Francisco to New York City. That is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably one of the things he's most notably known for, right? Because of how that record is stout, is really stout, you know.
Yeah, that is a lot of miles, a lot of days. And then he went and surpassed that by running from Florida to Alaska. I know he was looking to last year run across Australia. I think that got called off. And he was also looking to do the 50 states, 50 miles, 50 states, 50 days. I think that's still on his to-do list. But yeah, he's always got another challenge up his sleeve.
Yeah, so awesome to obviously have him out here. Yeah, as he passes by once again here. It's the beauty, right? Is we get to see these runners every 400 meters. So every few minutes, you know, we're gonna get to see all these folks, which is really cool.
Really digging Jake Jackson's mustache. Wonder if that's new for the race.
It did look like the rest of his face was pretty clean, right? And then another interesting runner in the field this year, because I know we get a lot of, you know, East Coast love in the chat, right? So is Micah Morgan from Alabama. And just trying to pull up some of her accomplishments here. She's been, hold on.
She had a recent, I think in 2021 at the Canal Quarter 100 miler, ran 14:52 there for first female and third overall. And then in 2021, earlier that year at the Jackpot Ultras, another fast sub 1500, 14:44:58. It'll be interesting to see whether her intentions are another fast 100 or if she's going for the full 24. But she certainly could put up some stout numbers.
Was third at Spartathlon.
Oh, yeah.
As well, so.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive. That's really impressive. Yeah, and then third at the Jackpot 100 miler, US ATF 100 mile championships in 2021.
And then Marissa was also at the Spartathlon this year. I think she was maybe second, so I wonder, maybe they shared some time out there.
Yeah,
Here's
Marissa was
passing us right now.
Marissa Lysak was second at Spartathlon, so pretty interesting that we have two of the three podium finishers at this past year's Spartathlon event, you know, here at Desert Solstice. And with that, I am going to take a little bit of a commentary break, and I'm going to bring on the man, the myth, the legend, the great Andy Jones Wilkins is gonna take over the microphone here for a little bit. So I will be gracing your ears with my voice a little bit later. But for now, you get the legend Andy Jones Wilkins.
Welcome, Andy.
Well, hello, Patrick. How are you? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you. Glad you're joining in the booth.
Indeed. Well, Matt needed to rest his vocal cords there for a bit, but wow, what a beautiful day here in Midtown Phoenix, huh?
Absolutely.
Indeed, indeed. Good to see Jeff Browning moving along. He's he's wondering when the trail section starts. Running with Olivier LeBlond, a couple of 50-plus-year-old runners, probably with their eye on that 24-hour record.
Yeah, are there any exciting storylines for you here today, Andy, or what?
I think, I think it'll be interesting to see how Camille does in her pursuit of that 100-mile world record. I think I just finished talking to Pam Smith, who's the captain, the manager of the 24-hour team, USA Track and Field 24-hour team, and there's actually quite a few runners here attempting to get that qualifier. Because of COVID and everything else, a lot of qualifying times lapsed. So hopefully a little bit later we'll be able to get Pam on. She ran down the list of the runners, but I think that's a kind of a story within the story.
Absolutely.
And then I got to say that the trail runners that are giving this a shot, in particular Andrew Skurka and Jeff Browning, I mean that's fun to see what they're doing, and Skurka's going out of the gun pretty quickly. So I think there's a lot, given that we just have 20 some odd runners here, there's a lot of stories that are interesting.
There goes Andrew.
Yep.
And I did forget to mention when we were talking about Andrew earlier, he did have a very strong performance at Bighorn 100 a couple years back. So
Indeed.
He is familiar with the 100-mile distance. But, yeah, Desert Solstice is a new one for him.
For sure.
Do we want to maybe talk about, we've mentioned many times just athletes going after the 24-hour team qualifiers. Do we maybe want to kind of discuss what the details of that are?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let me take a look here.
Yeah, pull it up here for you guys.
Since I can't figure out how to work Matt's laptop, I'll jump on yours.
Yeah, so I think for this current window is from, as Andy was saying, some of the qualifiers may have Anyways, the qualifying window is from December 2nd, 2021 to July 2nd, 2023. So there are still several months left to run a standard, and I think it's the top. Let's see.
Top six.
Top six.
Top
right?
six
okay.
is what Pam just told me, and you can see there are 5 qualifiers, including Marissa, who has 2. So she would be, already in.
Yeah, and so there's a minimum standard that they have to meet, and for men, I think that is.
There it is, 145.
145, and for female, 130. Typically, they've got to run a lot more than that, just because it is very competitive, the team. And so if you look at our list of current qualifiers, for women, 5th on the list is Mandy Holmes with 133.68 miles. So, yeah, some of the athletes today will be looking to, at the very least, spot. at 8.2. Amanda Nelson from Canada, 7.7. And Jeff Browning followed closely with 7.2. Jacob Jackson also 7.2. So obviously many more miles going to be racked up in the next several hours. So these stats don't necessarily say too much, but
something that stands out, though, because kind of as we've been talking about the little bit older runners, 350-year-old men right there in that top 10 between Browning and LeBlanc, who I've mentioned already, and also Chad Lassiter right there as well from Texas. All sitting on 29 laps in an hour. So I think that's something to watch, those older gentlemen, and something to be said for experience out here and being smart. There's Pete. Amanda Nelson. Do you know much about Amanda from Canada?
Yeah, we were
Might have just
mentioning
been
a
chatting.
few stats,
Okay.
but she is she recently represented Team Canada at the World Backyard Ultra Championships, and she won first female overall there. This is her first international race here in the U.S. And yeah, I know she's looking, I think, for the full 24 hours.
She's off to a good start. She seems to be,
Absolutely.
each time she comes by, she's looking well under control. And
yeah, and also I have in my notes, she has in Canada the 12-hour national record, the 100-mile national record, and the 24-hour soil record in Canada.
got it. And Chris, our crack assistant here, is letting me know that Victoria Brown? Victoria Brown as well as a Canadian runner in search of the 24-hour Canadian record. They're basically racing each other.
Very cool.
And what is that?
What's
we'll
her
have to see
current
if
record?
Chris knows what the current 24-hour
pull that
Canadian
up.
record is. But that's interesting. So
Yeah, Victoria holds a number of the records at the 48-hour and beyond distance. So,
so this is just a little sprint for old Victoria.
Yeah.
All right, and they're in close proximity. That must be Victoria right there, right?
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
that's Victoria Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Rocking the Nike Alpha Flies.
Yes, I heard you guys earlier talking about the shoes. We'll have to get a shoe inventory at some point. But obviously, we're got quite a bit of Hoka out here.
Yeah, and here's Amanda
There's
Nelson.
Amanda. Okay.
I think she runs for Saucony in Canada. So I think she'll definitely be wearing a pair of Sauconys on her feet.
So the intrigue builds. So we've got a pair of Canadian runners going for the 24-hour record. We've got at least 3 50-year-old American men probably in pursuit of that 50 and over age group record. Of course, we've got Camille going for the 100-mile record. Here she comes by the timing mat again. And Skurka, my sources tell me Skurka's focused on the 100. And he's moving like he is.
Let's see if we can find this.
If you're curious about the weather, it did start cool, but it will be a warm December day here at Central High School in Midtown Phoenix. Forecast for the upper 60s. Not a cloud in the sky. So at least for 6-7 hours in the middle of the day, I suspect it'll be a little bit warmer than is average. Still beautiful, but probably a little bit warmer than the average for this time of year.
Just going to pull up the live chat to see if we have any comments. Oh, thanks for looks like 148 miles is the Canadian record for women. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. Knew if we put it to the people, we'd get the information. 148.
A few notes here.
Those are all goals.
Oh, goals.
Shout out to Peter Strickland. I've got a buddy who's from Georgia. Peter's here from Georgia, looking to run a sub 1500. Mandy Holmes, I know you guys chatted briefly about her, looking for that 24-hour national team, which I think we're assuming, similar to the men, that it's going to need to be 155. I think with the women it's going to have to be north of 140, wouldn't you think?
Yep, yeah, and Mandy, yeah, like we mentioned, she's currently on the list of qualifiers with her time run back in 2021 at Desert Solstice, but I think she knows that next few months we're going to see some strong performances out there, so she's hoping to up her distance of 133.68 from last year. And potentially 140 plus in order to make that team.
The Camille, report on Camille, certainly wants the 100-mile record, and as Chris pointed out, and everything else.
Yes. Yeah, she mentioned the potential of 15 records, both age, national, world, that she's chasing. So, got a long list to tick off there.
Yep. Olivier's crew tells us that he is certainly in the offing for the 50 to 54 age group record. Someone on the chat might know this. We think it's in the 155 range.
Shout out to Patrick G in the chat. He's running his first marathon tomorrow. So watching this on my chill day beforehand. Good luck, Patrick. We are excited to, I guess our live stream will be over by the time you're done, but keep us updated.
Yeah, good little inspiration to see folks going round and round for
Absolutely.
24 hours, for sure.
I loved hearing a couple years ago when I was doing the live stream, just folks out on their treadmill throughout the day and
oh yeah,
checking in every now and then. It's definitely a good thing to watch when you're on the treadmill, but we appreciate you.
Those watching at home, you might see some of the footage of the sort of the crew areas. The Aravaipa does a fantastic job setting up crews with assigned runners with assigned slots, literally in lane 3 along the front straight of the track. Runners can basically pass through, barely breaking stride, get the crew support that they need. For people are oftentimes interested in this sort of thing. There are restrooms, heated restrooms, about 15 yards off the track, that are open and available. Obviously, to the runners and crews, there's actually a full-blown aid station. In the event that runners want to gather up some stuff from that aid station, it's accessible to crews as well.
Yeah, I know at night as it gets colder, some runners look forward to the hot food that they have to offer.
Mm-hmm.
So in addition to that bathroom, we've also got 2 porta potties on the back 200 stretch. So trying to really keep the runners from having to add any distance.
That's right. That's right. Bob Hearn coming by. He's doing an excellent job with his run-walk strategy. He's got more clothes on than he had at Javelina a month and a half ago.
That's for sure, yeah.
Bob is a perennial winner of the Best Ass Award at Javelina. And you know, for a 50-something-year-old guy, he's got something to show off. So good for him. And he's moving well. And Pam Smith, as I mentioned before, is crewing him, and you know, he'll be consistent all day. That you can be assured of. So you mentioned Jacob Jackson
Yes.
has a qualifying time in the current window, but let's see, yes, as of 157. So he's probably comfortably in the running for a spot, but I suspect he'll be seeking a few more miles than that.
Yeah, I know he was feeling pretty strong coming in. Here he comes by our booth right now. But yeah, definitely looking for a PR out there today. I think his intentions are 165 plus miles. He's just consistently improved, I would say, in the 24-hour distance. It's been fun to follow his trajectory, and yeah, really psyched to see him.
Interesting there's a little race within a race. You've got Jacob with Andrew Skurka coming up behind him, and Camille right behind him. So a little threesome of folks who are, you know, at least in this first hour plus, running faster than the bulk of the field.
And we are keeping our eye on the chat every now and then, so if you have any questions or things you want us to chat about, let us know, and we'll do our best. Thanks all for tuning in. We'll be here all day and all night. And like we mentioned earlier, we'll have a few different guests joining us throughout the day, and cycle through some different commentators. Make sure none of us are too sleep deprived, I guess.
That's right.
Although the least we can do for these runners is suffer a little bit for them.
That's right. That's right. We've got it easy compared to them, for sure. This is actually my first time attending the Desert Solstice. I've been around the area a lot and watched it on the live stream before, but it's really nice to be here in real life, see the operation, see the extent to which the race organizers go to provide support for these invited runners. Keep in mind, this is not something you just go to Ultra Sign Up and sign up for. This is an invitational in all the ways. So these runners have been invited here, and I'm sure have had this circled on their calendars for several months.
Absolutely. Yeah, and speaking of the qualifying standards for Desert Solstice, in order to run the race, if any of you in the chat are ever interested, want something to shoot for, or anyone else out there, there's a couple different standards, but whether you're looking to go for the 100-mile or the 24 hours, the men's A standard is 14 hours for 100 miles and 152 miles for 24 hours, and then the B standard is 16:10 for 100 miles and 138 miles for 24 hours. And for women, we are looking at an A standard of 15:35 for 100 and 137 miles for 24, and then 17:30 for the B standard and 124 miles in 24 hours. So some pretty stout standards to make the field. I think they do cap it at around 30 runners just to keep the track not too crowded. We have about 26 out there today. But yeah, I know it is no small feat just to get into this race.
Absolutely. 16:10 and 17:30 for 100 miles. Yeah, that's going to thin the herd quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, and Aravaipa does a great job, too, of putting together a nice prize purse for this race for both the winners as well as any records that are set here. So, yeah, some runners have that to look forward to as well. A nice little bonus check.
Yeah, I think it's in the four figures, $1,000 for the 100-mile for both the men and the women, and I think it might be a bit more. It's 2,000 in the 24 for the win
for the world record.
For the world record.
World record, 2,000 world record.
Got it. Yeah.
And then yeah, depending on the winner, how many miles, there's a couple different tiers there.
Which is great to see. It's great to many of the runners. Not many of them here have day jobs, but every little bit helps when you're trying to make it as a runner. And $1,000, $2,000 is kind of worth going for. Nice to see lots of different aid strategies. Very little stopping, of course, this early, but grabbing. We see runners grabbing a bottle, taking it for a lap, and then dropping it off. Taking nutrition, running with it for a lap, dropping it off. There's an athlete with a nice Ziploc bag full of snacks. So you see all kinds of strategies here. Just like in any ultra, it's an eating contest, even if you're this fast.
Yep, for sure. A lot of fuel needed. We got a few comments and questions in the chat, so I'll run through some of those. IPK mentioned Jake needs to get picked up by a shoe sponsor. He's consistent and a great dude. We support that comment. Indeed, yeah. And Jeff Browning is here. He is rocking an ultra kit. Here he comes by.
It's kind of a salmon-colored singlet and a white hat. Still has his gloves on.
Yeah, so he's just passing through on his next lap. And let's see what else. This comment was answered, but so there are places to see how many laps for each runner. If you go on the Desert Solstice landing page on the Aravaipa Running website and scroll down a little bit, you'll see view live results here, and that will give you really great information on both the leaderboard as well as the last lap time, and yeah, a number of ways to sort the data there, so feel free to check that out. That's what we're using here in the booth.
Question about the weather. Temperature upper 50s, probably 57, 58, and just looking at the flags on top of the football goalposts, at least for now, literally no wind. Probably will change a little bit in the afternoon, but right now no wind and upper 50s probably, and brilliant sunshine, as you can tell, not a cloud in the sky.
Yeah. Pulling up the weather here for Phoenix, and yeah, it looks about 50, and it will get a little bit hot, I would say, into the afternoon. I think we're looking at 62 degrees. 63 is the high at 5 p.m., and then after that it starts to dip down fairly quickly into the low 50s. And it does get cold out here, I would say. Desert nights feel a little chilly. It was about 39 or so this morning. I think tomorrow morning, as the runners are finishing up, it'll be around 45, 46 degrees in the final hours of the 24-hour event. But yeah, very minimal wind, no rain at all expected, so that's always a nice...
Aravaipa wants to dial up the perfect weather conditions. They've done so today.
They sure have. We've got a question for our commentators. I will ask you, Andy, would you ever venture to participate in an event like this, laps on a track? Does it intrigue you? Have you done it before? Tell us.
I'll
certainly closed races on the track at Western States.
Right. Well, I certainly couldn't run a 16:10 anymore, so they might have to extend that if I wanted to attend this one. But I am intrigued. As I mentioned when we were chatting before going on the air, I did my first ever timed event back in October of 2021 on a mile loop and loved it. It was a 12-hour, but I loved it. I loved coming back to the same place every time. A quarter mile's a bit short. But I am intrigued by the fixed time idea, and yeah, I think something, in a couple of weeks here in Arizona is the Across the Years run, which has 24, 48, 72 hours. It's on a mile loop out at Camelback Ranch, and I might look towards that someday. Yeah. Especially now that I live out here.
Yep.
How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have thought about it. I think being here every year inspires me more and more to get out there. I would say I prefer the mountains and technical aspect of and just the scenery and the the change of scenery of the trails, but I also like speed as well. So and this is designed for that. And yeah, just I think you can really find your rhythm here, and yeah, just got some nice music in the background, beautiful day, just plenty of support, plenty of great runners to share some miles with. So maybe I'd start with the 100-mile before the 24-hour, but yeah, definitely on the goal list.
Yeah, I think something that also interests me about it, and just watching the runners go by, I sense that you get into kind of a zone or even a flow state out here, and the legendary Greek runner Yannis Kouras used to talk about that, where you almost get into a place in these fixed time events on a flat surface where you lose track of time, you lose sense of actually what you're doing, and you're just in completely engrossed in the experience. And even here, just less than an hour and a half in, you can kind of see runners getting into a rhythm that they just hope they can hang on to for as long as possible. That idea intrigues me, of going to a place where you can get into that zone. It happens on the trails as well, but because of the dynamic of trail running, it's less prevalent, I'd say, than something like this.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to stay pretty mentally engaged on the trails. Tune out and you might just fall over. Yeah, I have run a marathon on a track before, and I think going in, I found it just intimidating, the number of laps, but afterwards I found it not too bad. So I'm sure many of these runners are obviously many of them are veterans of Desert Solstice and of the 24-hour distance, but in their training, I'm sure that's one of the things that they practice, is these shortened loops and just training their mind to be ready for this on race day. It is definitely something to adjust to, I would say. But I think especially for our very analytical runners out there, like Bob, for example, just this short contained environment really helps if you like data and if you like numbers.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, you're constantly being able to see what your lap splits are and just see whether you're 2 seconds off. You can really dial into a groove and just have something to constantly be checking in and looking to improve upon.
Additionally, with something that gets runners down so much on the trails and in longer races is nutrition. You can absolutely dial your nutrition in down to the calorie, given the fact that you're going by your table every 2 to 2.5, 3 minutes, and in just perusing some of the aid station tables here, it's very clear that these runners know how many what fluids they need, what electrolytes they need, what calories they need, when they need them. There's something about the controlled environment that you can, ultras are a lot about reducing the variables and controlling the controllables. Certainly with respect to nutrition, you can and should do that at an event like this.
Yeah, and if something doesn't work, well,
you got time to figure it out.
You got time to figure it out, and you'll be at the aid station in another minute or so.
Yeah, indeed.
So, yeah, definitely nice in that regard. Yeah, I mean, no runners running with vests out there today. I've seen a few waist belts. Jeff just passed us, and looks like he's got a method. I've seen him do it a couple times. He drops his bottle as he comes through, doesn't even hand it to someone. His crew comes and picks it up, refills it, rehands it to him. So it's NASCAR out here.
Absolutely, and you just mentioned the packs. Camille has a small waist pack with a front pocket, which she just reached into, probably for her hour and a half nutrition. It's interesting to see taking the bottle for the lap. Another piece that I think, I found this in the 12-hour, and I think people have talked about it a lot in timed races. There is a social aspect to it. We're not seeing a lot of socializing out here, but if you get in with one or two runners that are more or less on your pace, we just saw a pack of about 5. Chatting here and there, checking in on how it's going, what their pace is. There is a social dynamic as they're going to be on this very same track for 24 hours. Connecting with one another is something that's always been important to us as ultra runners, and you kind of see that dynamic here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's very easy to form bonds here with the other runners, and I just see that throughout the years. I mean, a number of athletes who return year after year, seeing on social media just the camaraderie amongst athletes, amongst Desert Solstice participants, just supporting.
It's a couple of minute trip for the crew to go get it. So sky's the limit on nutrition here. I would particularly recommend tacos and burritos here in Phoenix. You really can't do much better than Mexican food and Southwestern food here in the Valley of the Sun.
Looks like our sound may have just cut out. We were working on getting that addressed. So, yeah, bear with us. Are we back on? Great. We are back. Is anyone trying to set a record for 100 miles or 24 hours? Several records trying to be set for those distances. Camille has been very vocal about going for the 100-mile world record, and which she currently holds and is looking to further improve upon. So 12:41. We'll see. We'll continue to check in throughout the day, seeing if she's on track for that. A number of age group records. We mentioned that
Olivier LeBlond and Jeff Browning, looking for the 50 and over, 50 to 54.
We've got a few international athletes from Canada going for the 24-hour Canadian record. And yeah, many of these runners in their way to 100 miles or 24 hours, there are other records such as 50-mile, 100K, 12-hour, that might just be some added bonuses. Like Camille mentioned, there's I think 15 total records that she is within reaching distance of in her goal for 100 miles. So we'll get updates on those throughout the day.
We apologize for the sound. We think we're back on, but
We are.
we
Yes.
are back on. So thank you for those in the chat when the sound goes off. We appreciate you letting us know. We're literally on site out at the track, so it could be something as basic as a cord coming undone or something like that. So thank you for that. It takes a village.
We're an hour and a half into the race at this point, and just checking our leaderboard. We haven't had much changes up front. Still similar top 5 with Camille, Andrew Skurka, Amanda Nelson, Jeff Browning, and Jacob Jackson. Although Camille has almost 12.5 miles at this point, and Jacob Jackson's at 10.9, so there is some gapping going on already. Yeah, I mean, that's almost 1.5 miles. An hour and a half into the race, but this is a 24-hour race, so yeah, long day to really sort things through. We've got the Team Run crew with their Love Running singlets. Got a whole pack of 4 of them going through. That's exciting to see. I know a bunch of them live in the Boulder, Colorado area. And yeah, coach through the Team Run platform. They're Brinsky brothers and Andrew Skurka. I know they are training partners and friends. So cool to see them sharing some laps out here today.
Yeah, Camille's pace for that first hour and a half would certainly put her under 4 hours for a 50K. Maybe in the 350-ish range, which is moving.
We've got Earthquake Magoon, a Central High School graduate in 1985.
All right.
PR of 5:13 on the track. Very cool. Love to hear it. I think they recently resurfaced, maybe not the track, definitely the turf field is looking quite new. What else we got here in the chat? Light watching paint dry.
But loving it, she
but
said.
loving it, yes. That's the important part.
All right, there's a shoe geek in here. Can you tell, are there any prototypes that you can tell by looking at the feet, Patrick? I don't really know the sort of cutting edge of shoes quite like perhaps you do. I see some really shiny new shoes.
Some shiny, eye-popping, lots of color. I haven't seen any prototypes. I wouldn't be surprised if Camille has maybe a prototype version of a shoe. I think she's rocking the Hoka Carbon Rockets. But I don't know if she has like
there's
a
Skurka and
custom
Browning
version
coming through
for
together.
her.
Sorry to interrupt, but there's
Yep.
Skurka and Browning, a couple trail guys, stride for stride, as I mentioned, socializing a bit.
Love to see it. Yeah.
What about Pete? He sometimes has prototype shoes available.
I think
to
he is
him.
rocking the all white Hoka Cliftons, which is pretty standard for
Okay.
him.
Oh yeah, there we go.
He's a
Yeah.
big Clifton and sometimes I think Bondi
I love the Clifton.
guy, but yeah, he loves the
Those are
the
shiny
Uber
white
Kush.
too.
Yeah. He's got good style out there. Yeah, Camille might be running in the Rocket X2. Yeah, I think
Oh,
you're
and now
right
that
there.
I'm seeing the notes. Rocket X2, Camille is in.
Yeah, and we might see her change her shoes later on. I know she has done that in the past here at Desert Solstice. Have an arsenal of shoes handy trackside.
Jacob's coming by. That looks like
Also a pair of Cliftons.
another pair of Cliftons.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Looks like Olivier is rocking maybe the Hoka. I think maybe the mock. But yeah, a lot of Hokas out on the track today.
Yeah, quick. Yeah, Zach Bitter, no, just recently did Brazos Bend, and Nick Curry is not here.
No, Nick is not here. Yeah, he is solidly on the current
Yes.
list of qualifiers.
Is,
So I think he's feeling pretty safe with his 173.015 miles that he ran here last year at Desert Solstice to set the, I think, what was the American record?
That was American
Yeah.
24. I think he broke Mike Morton's long-standing
Yes.
American men's record here last year. He had a very, very good run at Javelina just 6 weeks or so ago, and I think felt comfortable enough with his 170-plus miles
Yep.
to put his feet up and watch on the couch.
Yeah, so you're right. Mike Morton back in 2012 with 172.45 miles, and Nick got about half a mile or so on him. And then in third, current contestant out there today on the 24-hour all-time American list, Olivier LeBlanc, with back in 2019, 171 miles. Yeah, got some real big names on this list. John Olson back in 2013, Scott Jurek, 2010, 165 miles. Ray Clark all the way back in 1990.
My era.
Mark back in 1998, still holding on to the list. And as many of you know, back in not too long ago, I think it was earlier this spring, 198.59.
For Alexander Sorokin,
Yes.
yes.
That was a pretty epic performance.
Indeed. Bringing up the question of, is 200 miles possible?
I think so.
I think it is. I think it is. A brief note on Mike Morton. That was an incredible stretch he had in 2011, 12, 13. Longtime fans of the sport know Mike from the East Coast won and set the then course record at Western States in 1997. And then after a career in the military, returned to the scene in 2011 and 2012, came back to Western States, set a 40 and over age group record, set that American record in 24 hours. A lot of fast hundreds in places like Florida and other kind of flat and fast stuff. It was a wonderful kind of resurgence of a runner, 15 or so years after bringing it, exploding on the scene as a young man. And that record, 9 years, holding a 24-hour record for the United States for 9 years, it's a long time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Got Pacer Travel mentioning our only Florida famous runner. There's probably a few other famous folks from Florida, but he definitely is on the top of that list. Poker Dad mentioned in the comments, where do you see you can find the stats? So if you go to the Aravaipa Running website and go to their Desert Solstice landing page and scroll down just a little bit, you can see the live results there. It's on raceresult.com, and there you can see a breakdown of both the last lap results, the overall results, gender results, all sorts of stuff to sort through. So yeah, let us know if you can't find that, but right on the Desert Solstice landing page. And we've got the great team of Mike Morton, not Mike Morton.
Mike Melton.
Mike Melton, another
yeah.
Mike, double M,
Yeah.
on timing. He is known to, he's all over the place, but a very standard figure here at the fixed time events.
And Mike, by the way, is from Florida. He comes out to time a bunch of Aravaipa events and has had this timing company for a couple of decades. He's if you're a race director out there looking for a timing company, take a look at Mike. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he puts together an event of his own down there, right?
He does. Yeah, I think it's Ancient Oaks.
Ancient Oaks.
Yeah.
Yes. Caleb Bowen, who I think is a East Coaster, it's crazy You mentioned it's crazy how the weather temperature impacts these fast races. Tunnel Hill was super cold and icy. Brazos Bend humid. Canal Corridor perfect. We'll see how it impacts today's race. Caleb had a very strong performance this year, 100 miles. Cool to see him in the chat. But yeah, weather is definitely a big factor, and I think a lot of the reason why people choose this race, Desert Solstice, we almost always have pretty ideal conditions. Yeah, I don't think there's been any sort of, I mean, precipitation is very rare here. Wind is very minimal. I think the biggest thing is heat, and then also potentially cold at night. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be 40s to 60s for these guys all day. So pretty ideal conditions.
Yeah, when the race was first established, it was clear that the idea was to find a spot on the calendar. It was a week later, typically a few years back, but
closer to the solstice,
closer to the actual solstice. For those fans of the sport, this is also one of the final races that would add to a runner's resume for the North American Ultra Runner of the Year voting, which is part of Ultra Running Magazine's annual rankings since the early 80s. So some of these runners are certainly going to appear in those voters' ballots. And as one of those voters, I know that we'll receive.
You have a ballot of your own.
We receive the preliminary word from John Medinger, who maintains the vote every year, that shortly after Desert Solstice and the other event that's going on this weekend that occasionally has some impressive results is Hellgate, David Horton's 100K back in Virginia. But once those races are completed, the voters get their ballots and have a couple of weeks to fill those out. And I suspect that certainly there could be some age group records here that would get a nod in Ultra Running Magazine's voting. Certainly Camille would be somebody that would be considered in the Women's Ultra Runner of the Year, somewhere in that top 5, depending on her performance today. So it's certainly something that's, again, a little subplot that adds to a race at the very end of the season. I know Nick, when he set that American record in the 24-hour, quickly made his way up the rankings by virtue of that, breaking that 9-year-old American record.
Yeah, and being kind of one of the last few races, very front of mind when you're thinking of those ballots. I'm curious, as a voter, when do you start thinking, like, in the year, start thinking about your top picks? Like, what's the process look like for you, and how are you diving back through the year's results, and what's that look like?
I think I've been doing it now about 15 or so years. So I try to establish some consistency. Yep. You mentioned the top of mind. One of the things, Brian Powell of I Run Far is also a voter, and one of the things he cautioned me about is recency bias. You could have like Nick last year, but I don't think that was an impact. That was just an impressive performance.
Yep, of course.
The instructions we get are certainly to think about races that had the most competitive fields, races that were, and by competitive, depth of field, so density at the front of a race, the top 10 at, say, Western States or UTMB, head-to-head competition where there were places where 2 runners, 4 runners, 6 runners were in the same race together. How did they do versus one another? And then records. And this is where something like, whether they're course records in a historic race like Western States or JFK or others, or American or world records at an event like this.
Yep.
So I typically start around Thanksgiving with after JFK is finished, Quad Dipsy in Northern California, at least getting an idea of looking at who might be my top 3 men and women.
And you go 10 deep?
You go 10 deep. There are 5. We're voting pretty much on 6. We vote top 10 male and female ultra runners of the year, top 5 performances, individual performances of the year. So for
Oh yeah, I forgot. This thing also tracks records. So like it has like a record watch.
A record watch. Got it. Oh, that's cool.
Oh wow. See if we're back. We are back. Can you hear us? I hope so.
All right, great. Thanks so much. I wanted to respond to the question up there from Mallory Showalter because I did mention Hellgate.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not Hell's Gate. It's called Hellgate, and it's the brainchild of David Horton, legendary ultra runner and race director in Virginia. And they're running their 20th anniversary Hellgate this year. And just to add to the allure, it's actually 66.6 miles.
A little more than 100K.
66.6, and it starts at 12:01 a.m., so in the middle of the night. So right now, typically the winner's around 12 hours or so. So they're probably getting their first finisher right around now.
And quite cold, sometimes wet, usually miserable.
Cold, dark. Yeah, there's something they call Hellgate eyeballs that people get where their eyes freeze.
Oh boy.
There's some of the hollers that they run through are humid and cold. It's a brutal race. Kind of the opposite of where we are right now.
Yeah. Is this race based off of laps or just the total distance? I can see where a runner might run a few 405, 410 meter laps. So they both keep track of the laps, but then what in the final like half an hour or so, they do get it, like if you don't have to complete a full lap to get the distance. So there will be people out with markers following any remaining runners in the field. And literally when the clock strikes 0, they will mark exactly where they were, so to make sure that everyone gets every last inch of distance that they put out there. And sometimes that matters. I mean, there was back in, I think it was 2018, we had Nick Curry and I think it was, who was it? Nick and
they were so close together.
Yeah, they were dueling it out. I'll pull up his name here, but it came down to meters on the track, and they were both trying to qualify for the national team for 24 hours. I think it was, here we go, Nick and Greg Armstrong back in 2018. The difference in distance between them, Greg had 155.106, Nick had 155.036. So less than 0.1 miles between them in 24 hours. That was a pretty epic duel that year. So yeah, every last meter on the track counts.
And your point too is a good one, that there are, a runner might take a bathroom break or might stop for a little bit longer period of time at their aid station and could do a 4 to 5 minute lap, but probably not very often. It's interesting too to note as we're closing in on the 2 hour mark that we have gloves coming off, arm sleeves being rolled down. The chill of the evening is wearing off, and still not warm, still not hot by any stretch, but definitely warming up into a nice December desert day.
Yeah, and definitely as the body temperature starts to rise with the effort of an hour and 50 minutes of minutes in the race.
And additionally, back on that question about laps, for those athletes seeking distance records, they actually have measured the track to know exactly where the 100-mile point is, for example, based on the actual legitimate distance of the entire event, including, by the way, the turnarounds, which happen every 4 hours. Literally the direction of the race changes every 4 hours, which is probably nice for the body.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, the hips will thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things throughout the day, and definitely tomorrow morning as we approach the 24-hour finish, we have a few runner cams, and we'll take those out on the track. So right now we've got a bunch of still action shots for you, but we'll be out there on the track following closely some of the runners as they throw down their last few minutes of running.
Some sunscreen coming on.
Smart move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sunscreen on the go. I like it.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh yeah, so Seatown fan, I see you want to make sure to stay in lane 1, not drift into lane 2 or 3. Yes. And there's a track etiquette that these runners are made aware of how to pass runners, you know, depending on speed and depending on what their goals are. And that's detailed on the Aravaipa website. I'll just cover some of it right now for any listeners. So yeah, rule number 1, always hug the inside lane if you are running at a reasonable pace. So even if you're running at different speeds, I think they have this rule because they don't want collisions on the track. So if you are the faster runner, you are expected to pass in lane 2, and to not expect the runner in front of you to know that you're right behind them and looking to sneak through in lane run. And then yeah, within lane 1, I mean, there can be room for 2 across as you pass, so you don't have to get too far to cross. And then, yeah, if you are taking extended walking breaks or have slowed to disrupt the flow of the race, please use the outside of lane 2 or inside of lane 3. And just to be aware, as say you head to your aid station table or to a bathroom, just make sure not to cut off any runners in doing so. And for someone, say like Bob Hearn, who has like a very disciplined walk-run strategy, he is more than welcome to stay in lane 1 as it's part of the strategy and part of hitting his goals. So they do make that distinction that it's okay to walk in lane 1 as long as you are still kind of, I guess, moving at a quick enough speed or determined enough speed.
Right, right. By the way, on that note, it is fascinating to see Bob and his strategy in action in real time because he is extraordinarily disciplined about it, and it's neat to see it in real time.
You're getting a little buzzing in your ear, or
slight buzzing, slight buzzing. Yeah.
We got Doyle Smith watching from Oklahoma. Let's go, Camille.
Nearing the 2-hour mark, we'll do a time a lap check and a leader check as we're hitting right around the 2-hour mark.
Just saw a nice bottle handoff, nice toss, nice catch from the crew.
Camille obviously on a schedule that's just nearing the 2-hour mark, and she's grabbing some calories.
There goes Marissa with the pink Nike
Marissa,
top.
very steady.
Yes.
Very steady. I think a little bit later we'll try and get Pam Smith on. She's here as the manager of the U.S. 24-hour team and crewing a bunch of these runners. And as I said earlier, with a lot of qualifying times lapsed, she's a keen observer in seeing how her team's going to shape up for that race next December in Chinese Taipei.
Is she also doing any crewing, do you know?
She is.
Yep.
She is, yep.
Do you know which runners she's
she's crewing. I don't.
No.
We'll have to ask
We'll
her.
find out.
We'll ask her when
Yeah.
she comes on. I don't want to misspeak.
Yep, we'll get an update from her. Yeah, it's one of the great things of having everything contained here on the track. We can pull in people throughout the day. Oh boy, we got an
Oh, we got a World Cup update.
Crowd's going crazy. Thank you for the update, Randy. We appreciate it. 71 Bull Squad mentioned the infield on the track looks gorgeous. Yes, I think they recently redid it. I was back here in 2018 and 2019, and I do not remember it looking this fresh and fine.
Yeah. Yes, over the last decade or so, many of the high schools in the Phoenix area have, as budget is allowed, converted their fields to artificial surfaces. Obviously, with the water situation out here, anytime you can do that, it's helpful. And so, Central High School, North High School, which is a little ways down, Brophy and Xavier, which are right nearby as well, have all done that over the last several years.
Just had Connor Holt walk by, Camille's husband and crew, and I think her coach as well. Yeah, he is.
Let's get back to the leaderboard.
Yeah.
There's a question about Bob and his pace, how he's able to do with his run-walk strategy. You know, he's currently, I would say, at or near the back of the pack. But he's certainly running, under 9-minute miles. I would say somewhere in the 8 and change. If we could just scroll down. And
so Bob is currently at 12.67 miles, 16 laps behind Camille. But if you click on the runner's name, you can see their exact lap splits. And being 51 laps in, you can kind of see the range.
Yeah, so I misspoke. It's not under 9 minutes, but it's under 10-minute pace for Bob.
Yep.
He's got right around 20K in 2 hours.
Yeah, and he's averaging. He's kind of bopping back and forth between 215-ish per lap to 230 per lap, and so there's going to be a little more maybe discrepancy in his laps because of his pacing strategy. But that's something that he has very calculated in plans going into the event, and I would not be surprised to see throughout the day his name steadily rise throughout the throughout this list. Definitely never count Bob out.
Yeah, he just went by us too, and having seen him on his, I don't even want to call them walking breaks, on his walking sections, it's not a leisurely stroll.
No. And I mean, that's one of the things Ian Sharman, I feel like he says, it's not the fast pace that matters, it's the fastest slow pace.
The fastest slow pace, absolutely.
And that's very true out here, especially in the latter hours of this race. It's who can keep moving after 16, 18 hours. And at that point, many people are resorting to walking, but you can still put in good speed and good miles, even walking, and to know, just to be prepared for that. I think it's really important. And there's probably not enough people here who do train the walking side of things. I think people, train for their best days, but to also train for your worst days is essential as well. We've got a lot of comments coming in. Zachary asking about the shoes. We will try to confirm that for you. I do think it is the rocket.
Yeah.
The Hooker rocket.
We got confirmation from Chris that it's the Rocket X2.
Yep. So no Rincons, although she might pull those out later on, since I think those are a little softer. Yes, Rocket X2, if I'm not totally blind. You are not blind. No worries there.
Browning might be the only person running in ultras today.
Yeah, I think I saw maybe at least 2. Someone was wearing the Ultra, the Vanisher, I think the carbon version of that shoe, and then I think he's wearing maybe the Torrens, but we'll try to confirm that. But yeah, I think
what's
Bronco's
Bob
wearing.
got? Is that a Clifton also?
I'm trying to recognize that logo. It's a little different than I'm
yeah, it is.
familiar with.
Yeah, 71 Bull Squad. You out here from Tennessee for Javelina in 21. Yes, indeed, it is beautiful. It took. I lived here in the late 90s. Took me 20 years plus to get back, but I've moved back and I'm not leaving. I'm here. If my family wants to come see me, they're going to come down here. So it is beautiful. I mean, as it is, we are right in Midtown Phoenix, but just to the north we see PS2 Peak, and straight to the east, Camelback Mountain. You're never more than 10-15 minute drive or 30-minute bike ride from desert. The Phoenix Mountain Preserve is a massive desert preserve on the sort of north and eastern side of town, and then the largest contiguous urban park in the country is south of town, South Mountain Park, where you could run for days if you wanted to. Mm-hmm. And then there are the Estrellas and the White Tanks to the west, and where you were at Javelina, the McDowell Mountain Park, just a pristine, beautiful regional park northeast
What's this
of
peak
town.
right here?
That's PS2 Peak.
Okay.
PS2 Peak is the tallest in the area, and then just south and east of that is Camelback Mountain that we can see over the visitors' bleachers. And there are probably 150 cars in the parking lots for both of those mountains right now on a Saturday morning.
I went out and did Camelback yesterday.
All right,
It was quite busy there.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's a place to be seen.
Yes.
Also.
Yeah, I had to do it.
You have to do it if you come to the
and one
valley,
of the great things, if you are local in the area, you feel free. We'll be here for the next 22 hours, so come stop by the track and you can spectate firsthand. But we also appreciate you on the live stream if you're busy.
Absolutely. Question about Jeff's goals, Bronco Billy's goals. In just a brief conversation with him, he is interested in the 24-hour number. That same with Olivier LeBlanc, the age group record, 100, just north of 155. That not to say that he won't be focused on what his 100-mile split is, but he's here for the 24-hour.
I'd be curious. Yeah, maybe we'll hear from his crew later, or maybe him himself, but probably not if he's out there for 24 hours. But just how his training has kind of switched up. Because, I mean, I think earlier this year, let me just pull up, but I mean, he was, it's just definitely a change up for him. So I'm curious how much adjustment, or maybe he didn't change things too much. But I mean, he ran Moab 240 this year, won that overall, 57 hours. He was at Hard Rock with a 26-hour finish there. Scout Mountain Ultra 100-miler. So, very different than all those.
Yeah, he has glanced over and signaled to me a couple of times that it does feel very flat.
Yeah, just wondering where the mountains are. There's a few speed bumps out there on the track.
Absolutely, yeah.
Sometimes the flatter stuff, I think it can be in some ways more challenging for just the monotony for the muscles. Like there's less variation out there. So you see more like overuse kind of injuries often on the road or the track. With the trail, that's one of the nice benefits. Even if it there's more elevation and more technicality, it allows for your muscles to get breaks every now and then.
Yeah. I think too it'll be interesting for Jeff in this environment, as I think most fans of the sport know. He's a fat adapted runner, and has a very, very specific nutrition strategy, whether it's for Moab 240 or Western States, where he's had great success over the years. So he has a specific plan that he's going to stick to, both with respect to his nutrition and his pacing and dosing out his efforts. So I think this is a fascinating case study in runners, in particular his versatility. Andrew Skurka as well, coming with a mountain pedigree and with a specific focus on the 100 miles. So some subplots here that I think will be interesting to follow through the day and into the evening.
Absolutely. Let's see. Tucson or Phoenix, which is better? Seems like you chose Phoenix.
Well, everybody loves Tucson. Much smaller, much less traffic. Entirely different place.
Yeah.
Very popular with cyclists and triathletes. It's kind of a hotbed this time of year. The area immediately south of it, where Patagonia, Arizona has become a gravel biking hotbed.
Oh, wow.
But I have a soft spot in my heart for Phoenix. It's a fifth largest city in the country right now.
Wow.
And not all golf courses and gated communities. I live in the historic district right in downtown Phoenix. There's lots of the city has matured, I would say, in the last 20 years. Great places to eat, lots of culture in downtown. I would say both places are.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a place where you can run year round and you're willing to put up with the heat in the summer, you can't go wrong. How was that for a diplomatic answer? So I don't.
Yeah, I don't want to have any haters.
The ultra running community in Phoenix, largely driven by Aravaipa Running, is phenomenal. I mean, routinely 60, 70 people show up for their Monday and Wednesday group runs. But even prior to Aravaipa, when I first moved here in 1996, the trail running scene, the ultras, and even some sub-ultras, there's a people have been running trails in the Valley of the Sun for decades. And it's a great place to get out there and run trails. And these days with Aravaipa, with the exception of June, July, and August, you can find a race to run, twice a month, without leaving the valley. Recently, speaking of Tucson, Aravaipa, after Pam Reed had been the race director of Tucson Marathon for over 30 years, Aravaipa assumed ownership of the race. It's taking place today. And part of the reason our good friend Camille Curry is not here for the first time in a number of years is he's down there race directing his first road marathon at the Tucson Marathon. But I suspect he'll pack up and be up here by the evening. Two events in one day, stretching the resources of Aravaipa, but not too much that they can't handle it.
Yeah. Come back. Let's see. We've got some other. Well, why don't we give you a 2 hour and 13-minute update. We missed the 2 hour mark there, but we'll give you an update with where things are at in the field. Camille recently just hit 18.39 miles and 74 laps in, so soon approaching the 100 lap mark. And yeah, we've only seen maybe one shake up I think our top 5 has held roughly the same. Camille, Andrew, Amanda, Jeff, and Jacob, followed closely by Olivier. Welcome back, Matt, on the mic.
I'm back on the mic. AJW had to step out for a moment. Important AJW business, as is the case when you're a legend like that.
Yep.
So I am back. Yeah, and it looks like Camille is still running super strong at this point in the event.
Yeah, it is. Andrew, the gap between them is closing because I think it was upwards of a mile plus earlier on. So Andrew's at 18.14, so only half a mile back at this point. Both of them are going for 100 miles, and I don't think either of them have intentions of going beyond 100 miles. So that'll be, and then Amanda, Jeff, and Jacob, who are 3, 4, and 5, they all are planning on going for 24 hours. So yeah, that'll be interesting. Just how their paces hold. If we click on Camille, we can see her exact lap splits. And she's been holding steady with an hour and 45 minutes, 1 minute 45 seconds to 1 minute 50 seconds per lap. Very, very consistent. Just milliseconds off every lap. So she's really dialed in at this point in the race.
Seatown fan in the chat. Congrats to Camille and Aravaipa on the Tucson Marathon. Thank you so much. Hopefully we'll see some more familiar faces out at Tucson in the years to come. I know that it's an event we're excited to take over. It's an event rich in history here in Arizona, and something that we hope to be able to continue to provide and grow into like a really great road running experience, both with shorter distance and even marathon and ultra marathon distance.
Are there any plans to add any further distances or any other that you're aware of?
I'm not sure. I try not to like get in Jamil's mind with some of these things. So I never know what crazy ideas he's thinking, but I do know that we're always looking at ways that we can try to improve the runner and spectator experience at all of our races, and we think that Tucson, that there's probably an opportunity for that in the years to come to really amplify both the runner and spectator and brand partner experience as well.
A comment, glad to see the average age of the runners is 41. Yes, we've got quite looking at our contestants, I think the youngest age is maybe 26. Yes, Katie from Savannah, Georgia, 26 years old, and then Bob Hearn, 57 years old. So quite a range of athletes out there, but yeah, a lot of Masters athletes as well, and both chasing, many of them chasing age group world records.
Yeah, that's one of the interesting things about this race, right, is you'll have, like, all ends of the spectrum will be running for something, right? Like, you'll have, Camille trying to chase world records. You'll have Bob Hearn trying to chase age group records, and everywhere in between. So it's really, like, something interesting to kind of follow along throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, now that Camille's in a new age group, that unlocks a whole more records that she can go for. So I think she's excited about that. Definitely not slowing down anytime soon.
Here we got Jeff Browning coming by here, and in the beautiful multicolored shirt there is Bob Hearn, who we just talked about is chasing some age group records, and you said is the oldest participant in this year's race?
I think so, yes. Yeah, 57 years old, so our oldest participant. Oldest and maybe wisest. He's definitely got the 24-hour distance down.
Coming up here on screen in just a second is one of the Urbanski brothers has made a wardrobe change into a singlet of a cat eating pizza. So one of the things that Team Urbanski, Team Run, is known for is the incredible singlets and the incredible attire that they don. So
yes.
It'll be interesting if he's breaking out the cat eating pizza singlet already. I wonder what else he's got in store.
I know. Hopefully a few more surprises for us.
It's starting to turn into a really beautiful day here.
It is. Nice light breeze to keep the skin cool.
We see Kaylee Demergen there, our youngest participant in this year's race. Just came by on the screen there in the Hoka kit. Here we are in studio. And again, we are broadcasting trackside this year, which is new for us. We've typically done most of our broadcasts from our Phoenix headquarters. I believe that Desert Solstice, which you've been a part of a number of times, has been broadcast from the press box before,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
You know, this setup's maybe a little more spacious than the press box is. So
yeah, no, I appreciate being up close to the action. Sometimes we felt a little bit isolated up there. But you did get a nice view of the whole track. You could kind of see the back straight-aways pretty well from up there. I actually took a nap up on the roof of the press box one time. Got a little chilly up there.
I can imagine. These trackside seats are nice, though.
No,
we can see, I would say,
it.
most of the track, not
Yes.
all. We've got a few blind spots here and there, but overall, it is looking pretty good.
Yeah, so we're checking the chat every now and then, so feel free to throw us any comments or questions there, and we'll try our best to answer them. Here's Micah Morgan passing in front of us. She just hit 15 miles, and I think her intentions are 24-hour qualifier, so she's looking for 140 plus miles out there, and that will, the current, as we spoke earlier, the current list of qualifiers, Mandy Holmes, who is out running today, fifth on the list with 133.68 miles. So anyone who's looking to make the team for 2023 will have to surpass that distance today or in the next 5 months. But
yeah, I mean, that's, you know, one of the nice things about Desert Solstice is this sets up pretty much perfectly to be, you know, a team qualifier for 24-hour. You've got good weather, you've got a nice track, a nice facility, and you've got a stout field.
yeah.
So I think that Yeah, athletes will have more opportunities if they don't get a qualifier here, if they don't, kind of cement their position on the team here over the next few months. But I think that this is, definitely one of the best opportunities for athletes in these kind of closing months of getting a team qualifier.
Absolutely. Let's see. Have they run the 24-hour worlds since COVID? Good question. I do not think so, but we'll check on that. Sorry, we don't have a immediate answer for you there.
That is correct. It has not been run since 2019.
2019, right? Yeah.
Yeah, which makes sense, right? Because it's every 2 years in 2021.
Who's the DJ? Awesome, we're back. Thanks for letting us know, fans and friends. We appreciate it.
And one thing I'm just noticing. I don't know that anyone will ever get to see this on camera, but AJW and the legend himself, Chris Warden, are wearing matching shirts today. So I'm not saying that they called each other and planned this, but I'm also not saying that as well. So You know, if you guys want to see, you know, matching shirts, maybe you need to come out to Central High School here in Phoenix next year and, you know, watch in person. But maybe at some point we'll get Andy and Chris on the live stream over the course of the next, you know, 22 hours or so.
Some goals. Chris has been great about doing a little background research, getting some goals from our runners, which is great to know some of their intentions going into this race. And so we'll share some of those with you. But yeah, Pete Kostelnik is planning on going for the full 24 hours. We just saw him pass right in front of our booth.
That's like a warm-up for him, right?
Yeah.
He's like, exactly. Oh, I don't have to do it again tomorrow.
Just one day of running, Pete. Not another 40 days. Yeah, and Jeff Browning, we have in quotes, a year of new. I love that. Just want to try new things and enjoying the training. That's great to hear. And yeah, he's looking really strong out there today, holding it steady in fourth place currently with 18.14 miles run so far. We have Amanda Nelson from Canada joining us, as we've spoken to earlier, shooting for the full 24 and hoping for the Canadian national record at 24 hours.
Which sets up, you know, something super interesting just to keep our eyes on, right, is both Amanda Nelson and Victoria Brown.
Yep.
Both chasing the Canadian 24-hour record.
Both chasing
in the same
record,
race.
Yeah.
So both of them having that goal in mind, I think could set up for a pretty interesting story to follow over the course of the event.
Yeah, we'll keep close tabs on that. And they both hold a number of Canadian records currently, so they're looking to each add another one to their name, with Amanda holding the 12-hour and 100-mile Canadian records. And then we have Victoria, who holds the 48-hour, 72-hour, and 6-day Canadian records. So she's going down in distance, and Amanda's going up in distance.
They're kind of meeting in the middle,
yes.
right?
Yeah, so that's super intriguing. We have the Ritsky brothers, both looking to qualify for the 24-hour team. I don't think either of them have been on the team previously, so that would be really exciting if they could share being on the team together. So 145 plus miles is their goal to get them on the team. To get them on the team, they likely need 148 plus at this point, just with Harvey Lewis holding the fourth spot currently on the list of qualifiers for the national team at Worlds. We have Andrew Skurka, who he's planning on going for just 100 miles, so stopping there with a goal of sub 13 hours. And as we've seen, he's matching pretty closely Camille's pace out there, and Camille's looking for sub 12:41. So close race between the two of them. We have Jeff Adams, also looking to make the 24-hour team with 145 plus miles.
And again, it's probably going to take, I would imagine, closer to that 140.
Yeah.
I mean, it's at 148.8 something right now with Harvey Lewis.
Yeah, with the fifth or fourth spot.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's maybe just not a fifth qualifier who's run the 145 plus standard in the past, because the minimum standard's 145 plus. Yeah. And the window opened December 2nd, 2021, and closes next July. Yeah, I think six men, 6 women.
Yep. Cool.
And then we have Stella.
And we do have the former ultra running great Taggart Van Etten in the chat. He's moved down to the road marathon now. He's tuning in, so shout out to Taggart. He's wanting to know what shoes Camille is wearing, so we'll have to see if we can
I think
get
we had the Hoka
the
Rocket
Carbon Rocket 2.
2s, yeah. Carbon X2 or Rocket X2.
Yeah, the
I mean, not
Rocket
Carbon.
2. The Rocket X2, yeah.
Yeah, so however you say that. Taggart, this is an open invitation to get yourself out here for next year.
Well, I mean, as many people who've tuned into the live streams know, Taggart and I went to the same university at slightly different times. But he needs to come back to the ultra scene. You know? He's running
shooting for that OTQ.
Yeah, he's running a lot of marathons. He's doing great. But just come on home.
Yeah.
You know? Come on home to the fixed time scene, buddy.
Congratulations, Taggart, on I think it was 2:21 at CIM last weekend. One step closer to that OTQ of 2:18.
And here we see Camille coming by. Still smiling, which is usually a good thing with Camille.
Yes.
As long as she's happy, she's probably having a good day.
You know, fake it till you make it. Even if you're not happy, you know, still smile. Maybe you'll turn happy.
Maybe you'll trick yourself.
Yes. Maybe it's a grimace underneath the smile, but nobody else knows. That does start to happen, I think, later on in the race. I mean, runners do have to start to play some mind games potentially with other runners out there. You know, I think runners both are, you know, supporting one another, fueling one another, but this is competition, so we do see some of that where, yeah, you gotta keep the straight face.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point you should probably still be happy if
yes, I hope so.
You know, if you're planning to run 24 hours, you're hopefully still feeling good and happy 2.5 hours.
I hope so. Be a long day if not.
But so far, everyone's looking pretty strong out there, which is, you know, the most important thing.
Absolutely.
I do want to know if Jake Jackson shaved his face and left the mustache just for Desert Solstice.
Yes.
That's the most pressing question I have right now.
It's a good look. I like it. I like the race day. We had Scott with that epic little haircut before. It was Western, right? Or no, Black Canyon.
I can't remember
he
which
like
one.
Shaved into his head.
I think it was. I can't remember which race.
Shake and bake, right?
Yeah, I think it was Western.
I think Western. Taggart had another also haircut when he was going for the for sub 11 hours.
You know, and one thing I'm just now noticing, it's going to make Amanda Nelson really easy to identify. She has very knee-high Canadian flag socks.
Yes.
I don't know if that had been pointed out earlier. I just noticed it 2.5 hours in. So one of the cool things I think for me, especially being trackside this year, is again being able to like start to put names with faces throughout the course of the day, and starting to really know who each runner is, at least until they change outfits, and then I have to try and identify them a different way. See Victoria Brown, and I believe that was Mandy Holmes just passed by there.
Got a nice pack here coming through. Little train action.
I wonder at what point in the day we're going to start seeing some cooling strategies coming out. It's not, I don't think it's going to be a super hot day per se, temperature-wise, but I think, you know, just being exposed to that, you know, Sonoran desert sun, I think it's going to be impactful for, you know, folks to do their best to stay cool.
Yeah, I did just see a bandana get pulled out and wrapped around the neck, so wouldn't be surprised if maybe there's some ice in there or just cool water.
See on your screen right now, you are looking at the incredible aid stations set up here at Desert Solstice. So those aid stations on the first two tents there service all the runners, and then as you get into those smaller tents, each runner will, every two runners, will share a tent. So there are two runners per tent, so they each get a tent and a table. So every lap, runners know, you know, exactly the tent that they're going to see their crew at. The crew can be prepared to hand them off anything. It's a pretty cool setup here as everyone kind of makes their way down the home stretch for it to just kind of be lined with tents.
Mm-hmm. Little update on the leaderboard. We have Camille still clicking off fast laps with 22.6 miles. So we will see that marathon mark being approached soon. She's almost a quarter of the way into her race.
Sorry, that'll be something that's super interesting to keep our eye on is, you know, around the 25-mile mark, what is Camille's split,
Yeah.
so that we can really start to look at, where she's at in relation to that, 12:41 100-mile mark.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we've got Camille leading the way, Andrew Skurka still in second, just about half a mile back at this point. Amanda Nelson in third overall with 20.87 miles, and Jeff Browning and Jacob Jackson in fourth and fifth, both with 19, nearing 20 miles.
And where is Victoria Brown in relation to?
Yeah, Victoria Brown, she's at 17.64 miles right now, in 24th place overall of 25. So her strategy, is seemingly very different than Amanda Nelson, who's in third overall at the moment. But yeah, I think we see runners, some people are much more even pacers, some people like to go out fast. Some people, like, your Nick Currys out there, are negative splitters. So it's hard to necessarily know, whether where they're at currently is in the race is by design or.
Well, I mean, there's so much race left.
Exactly.
Right? There you see Jeff Browning just went by there. Again, and I know that we've touched on this. I'm just super excited to see Jeff out here, and again, his way of framing it as, a year of doing new things, I think is really cool. He's someone who's accomplished a ton in the sport, right? And to see him decide to do something entirely different from things that he's traditionally done is really cool to see.
Yeah. Saw him on the back side of the track there. It looked like he was shaking out his quads a bit, doing some higher kicks. But I've seen that with a few runners. I think just the monotonous and the repetitive motion of running on this track. Every now and then you'll just see a gait alteration just to switch things up.
Well, that's the interesting thing, or one of the big differences about being on the track, right, is there's nothing really to break up your stride like you would see on trails where, maybe you've got an uphill or a downhill, or it's technical, your mechanics change a little bit, right?
Yes.
Versus being on the track, it's just you're kind of locked into this same motion over and over and over and over.
So we've got Jeff Thompson asking what the women's 100-mile record is. So that is by Camille. So she is looking to break her own record. There's currently a little bit of contention of what the exact record is, but she's run as fast as 12:41, and that is still being that was at the Jackpot Ultra back in, I think it was February, which was the 100-mile national championships. She's run 12:42, which is currently the record, and they're still working out the certifications of the 12:41, but her intentions are to run sub 12:41 and break her current record. And for men, the 100-mile record is still held by Zach Bitter, and I think, 11:19 is his time back in 2019. or the American record. The world record is Alexander Sorokin, 10 hours, 51 minutes, and 39 seconds earlier this year. Very stout time from Sorokin.
Yeah, I mean, just an incredible time.
He's just in another world. To be almost 30 minutes ahead of the American record is just pretty incredible. And his 24-hour world record of 198 miles.
Pretty nuts, right?
Pretty nuts, yeah. And I know, like, I've heard some post-race interviews after he ran that. Like, he has on his mind breaking 200 miles in 24 hours. That is 7-minute pace, folks, for 24 hours straight.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. But it's exciting to, just see how far the sport has come in that fixed time sense, right? Where people are really pushing the boundaries or the limits of what's possible in the space. See Camille going by. Still looking super strong. We should be coming up probably on a lap or a split pretty close to the 25-mile mark on Camille here in just a few laps, I would imagine. Yeah, so it looks like about 5 more laps or so, and we'll be able to get a little bit of an indicator of, where Camille is at.
Yeah, I mean, she's probably around 3 hours for 25 miles. So projecting that out, I mean, that would be 12 hours flat for 100 miles.
You gotta assume there'll be a
little
bit of
slowdown,
degradation
yeah.
In like the middle-ish area of the race, but who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
And we did have, over on our Aravaipa Running Instagram page, on Thursday we started a prediction contest for Camille's 100-mile time, which was courtesy of our friends over at Koros and Hoka, who were 2 of Camille's sponsors. And that contest closed at 8 a.m. when the race started here. But just to look at, some of the times, Jake Jackson predicted 12:36.24.
Nice.
We got some 12:38s. We got some 12:40s. 12:35.02. Someone predicted 12:25.
Oh. Is that the fastest? 12:25?
12:25 was the fastest, but a lot of high 12:30, like 12:38s, 12:39s.
Anything slower than 12:41?
I don't want to. 12:18.
12:18. But nothing slower than 12:41?
There was.
There was
I
some.
don't want to speak that into the world.
Yeah, no.
It was one person. There was one person.
Okay, so almost everyone thinks.
And I don't want to give them. I don't want to give them
no
any credit. You know.
Yeah, no. full belief in Camille. Sub 12:41.
12:18. Is that what I said? Someone.
12,
Man.
yeah.
Someone
would
has
be blazing.
Someone has the utmost confidence
Yeah,
in Camille. How crazy would that be?
that would be wild.
You
But
know-
like we said, she's on pace for 12 hours flat at this point. So if she holds steady, but yeah, no, I think her general strategy seems to be going out a little harder, and kind of banking those early miles. We'll see if Andrew Skurka, who's also looking for the, I think, sub 13 in the 12:45-ish range, what his pacing strategy. He's only about 3/4 of a mile back of Camille at this point. So we'll see if that gap narrows or opens up more. Lots of sunglasses out on the track today. It is getting pretty sunny. Not much cloud cover. I can imagine running for, 10 plus hours in the, the bright sun. Tire your eyes out a little bit if you don't.
Yeah, and I think that one of the, yes, the weather's really nice, but I do think if the runners could ask for anything, they would probably prefer a little bit of an overcast day, just given the sun. We were seeing real early on a lot of sunscreen application running by our setup here. We've got Olivier LeBlanc, looks like with a sponge. So again, cooling strategies coming out. So despite what the temperature says, that sun makes it feel just so much warmer because you're fully exposed here. So you're going to see cooling strategies, hydration strategies all come into play, as well as sun protection strategies, right? Whether it be long sleeves or whether it be sunscreen, things like that.
Yeah, and it's good to get ahead of that stuff early on. So even if you're not feeling too hot now, just to keep the core temperature low, I think it's smart of runners to be starting now. I think our weather currently here in Phoenix, give you an update on that. I think right around 52 degrees, and it's gonna warm up to, I think it was 64 come the afternoon. So right now we're looking at about 55 degrees, and getting up to 62 degrees, so not too much warmer. And then it'll start to cool down after that as the sun sets.
And there you see Camille coming by on your screen there. Looks like we've got our drone back up in the air here in just a minute or two.
It's a nice view.
Yeah, and so this really gives you a little bit more perspective. You've got the aid stations there, you've got the crew tents, but it really shows you, one, how beautiful the facility is here at Central High School in Phoenix, but you know, how beautiful the day is as well.
Yeah, very clear skies, clear view. Do you know, Matt, in the early years, was it held here, or was it I think the first year or two, it may have been a different location, or?
That'd be a Chris Warden question.
When Chris
the
jumps
master
on,
of
we'll ask.
statistics, so you'll have to keep that one tucked in
Yes.
your back pocket. I'm not 100% sure. I know that for the last number of years,
Yeah.
it's obviously been held here, but I'm not sure
Yeah.
if early on it was held somewhere else.
We'll provide some history on that. Camille will be joining us later tonight, and he can share the inspiration.
That's what I hear. I'll believe it when I see
Yeah.
you know, the great Jamil Curry on site here after a long day down in Tucson at the Tucson Marathon.
Well,
And again, this I think really puts into perspective how cool this venue is, even from like sitting trackside. When you look out, you can see a lot of these mountain ranges that just really provides like kind of a cool vibe here at Desert Solstices. Yeah, these runners are running around a track for 24 hours, but it's a really nice track. It's a really nice facility, and you get kind
Good
of these
views.
pretty cool mountain views while you're doing it, which is really cool.
And the city's popping all day. We've got, you know, all these right off the main stretch.
Yeah, and there you see the city skyline in the background, which would be kind of behind us in our broadcast studio here.
We'll be having a run here tomorrow morning, right? That'll be exciting.
So we'll have a group run, which is presented by Hoka. They'll have, I believe, some maybe some demo shoes. They'll have some prizes to give away, I believe, things like that. So we'll have a run leaving from the track promptly at 7 a.m. so that you all will be able to hop on the canal trails, which you can kind of see the canal in like the top central part of the screen. But they'll have a group run there, but it'll allow you to get back to see kind of the finish of the 24-hour race,
Nice.
which will be super exciting. As you know, we've noted there's a lot of athletes, a lot of runners who will be aiming for that full 24-hour distance.
Yeah, so if you're in the area, come out. The runners could use your energy tomorrow morning. We've got a Seatown fan. Just curious, how close is this to Aravaipa headquarters? You would maybe have the answer to that one.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, like, time-wise, but this is on, like, the north-central side of Phoenix, and our headquarters would be kind of like almost the south-central side of Phoenix, a little bit east as well, but our headquarters is kind of over by the airport. This is going to be a little bit north of kind of Phoenix, like downtown Phoenix.
Mhm.
Beautiful aerial shots here.
Yeah, so Camille just hit the 25 miles in 3 hours, so just holding steady with that.
Well, yeah, and over, right? So
Yeah, a
she's
little
at-
over in 3:01, so.
Yeah, that's
So
awesome.
maybe slightly even sub 12-hour pace at this point.
What if we were all wrong and we saw an 11:59 out of Camille?
I wouldn't count it out. Yeah, so just another leaderboard update now that we're 3 hours elapsed in the in the race. We've got the same top 5: Camille, followed by Andrew, followed by Amanda, followed by Jeff, followed by Jake Jackson. Olivier LeBlond is in 6th. In 8th overall and 3rd female, Marissa Lysak is 21.62 miles in, 16 laps behind Camille. And that's your current, top 5 and top 3 of female. We can check in on Camille's lap splits and see if she's speeding up or slowing down at all, but holding very, very consistent. 1 minute and 45 to 47 seconds every lap. So give or take 2 or 3 seconds, but very little deviation from that pace, which is very impressive. Looks like her slowest lap was 1 minute and 52 seconds on lap 3. But consistent is the name of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's trying to keep those lap splits as consistent as possible, and then trying to limit the number of big laps, right? Like laps where you have to stop at your crew table, laps where you have to go to the porta potty or things like that, so that you're bound to have some of those over the course of 24 hours, right? You're bound to have like those pit stops, but to try and limit them as much as possible, and then when you are running, trying to kind of click off those laps as kind of evenly as possible, I think is kind of the best strategy.
Yeah, I'd be curious, depending on the runner, I'm sure some people just naturally have that rhythm dialed in. Others might be checking their watch a little more frequently. They've got a great, I'm pretty sure they have a board with their splits that they can see every.
So on the screen here, you can see kind of that lone Hoka tent right as runners enter the turn. That tent is there just so that runners can see the TV that has their laps and splits and things like that. Yeah.
Taylor in the comments has his first 24-hour race coming up in February. Good luck, Taylor. It's definitely lots of inspiration here at Desert Solstice.
Yeah, Taylor will have to let us know in the chat what type of course they'll be running on, whether it's a track, whether it's a road loop. We definitely want to know more. And where at.
Yes, yeah.
Where at as well. That's
where at. Let us know, Taylor. Thanks.
And I think here in just a couple of moments, we're going to send it to a brief commercial break for about a minute or two. So we've got some incredible content from our partners over at Hoka, who are bringing you this event and this live coverage. So I think we'll get a little commentary break here for a minute or two. We'll have to see if we can get that going. You know, Tag, I think Taggart's running Houston the early part of 2023. I think if you don't get it there, you just need to come home, buddy. Just come back to the ultra space.
Well, update from Taylor on their 24-hour race. Looks like they're doing the running up for air in Salt Lake City, Utah. Heard a lot of good things about those events. A lot more elevation though, for sure.
Yeah, and again, we're working on getting our camera stuff sorted out here. I know that it looks like maybe we currently have us on and the picture-in-picture, so we'll get that. There we go. We are going back to the track side here as you're now seeing Camille come by.
Yeah, and I got Camille's split for the marathon. She went through in 3:08 for 26.2, so pretty speedy for just one marathon, let alone 4.
Yeah, that's not bad, huh?
Not bad at all. That'll get her into Boston. BQ right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Andrew Skurka split 3:16 for the marathon, so about 8 minutes back.
That's just a casual jog for him,
yes,
right?
I know.
He said he's run
2:27, yeah. But they're both looking pretty smooth and pretty, they don't look like they're working too hard yet.
It is, the day is still young, right?
Indeed.
Still early, so hopefully everyone's still looking smooth as of right now.
Yeah, it'll be sad when we have to share. So-and-so's not looking so smooth. Got Bobby here to cheer on my coach, Pete K. Awesome. Yeah, Pete's doing great, cruising along. He's at 22.86 miles currently, with 3 hours, 20 minutes on the clock. Zach Bitter. Is the leaderboard link broken for everyone else? I'm looking at it and it seems to be updating. So hopefully that'll start working for you. And yes, the event is indeed open to the public. So yeah, if you're in Phoenix this year, come on by, or plan for it next year. It's a great place to have a little vacation. Kind of what it is for me. I'm from the Boston area, and a little bit colder and a lot less sunnier there, so I enjoy the few days that I'm here. I got Brooke tuning in from New Zealand.
And I did just pin the live results link at the top of the live chat here.
Awesome.
So if anyone who is looking to see the live overall leaderboard, you can go to that link there. And you'll be able to kind of see what we are seeing. Again, it does appear that it is updating, at least for us here on site. So,
and it'll update every lap. And yeah, there's a number of ways you can sort the data. Like you can see overall, see by age, gender, and one of the cool things is if you can see each runner's every single lap split. If you click on their name, you can see a breakdown of all of their splits. Bobby from Florida joining us.
warm and sunny there. I believe it's going to be nice and sunny here in a couple of hours.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're in the shade now, so it's still a bit.
I'm still wearing my
still a
puppy
bit brisk.
jacket. I don't feel warm enough to take it off. Jem is simultaneously watching England versus France in the World Cup. Well, we appreciate being one of the two that you're watching. I think that says something, I guess. Maybe a little less viewership than the World Cup, but
And tuning in from Australia. So shout out to Jem. I know it's early there. I believe Jem is down near Sydney, so it's probably about 5:25 in the morning.
oh wow.
Yeah, 5:25 in the morning over there. So shout out to Jem for being up early for us.
Dedication.
Again, huge shout out to Chris Warden, who is on the ground filming right now, giving you some of those more dynamic shots that we were able to take a look at. So just saw Camille go by there a minute or two ago. Still looking super strong.
Yeah,
No
Camille
way.
will be approaching 50K mark pretty soon. She's at 28.83, so we'll make sure to give you a 50K split for her. I think her 50K PR is around 3 hours and 20 minutes. It's pretty fast. Yeah, Camille Herron is on the North American all-time list for 50K, having run 3 hours, 20 minutes, 58 seconds back in 2015. And we recently saw Des Linden come onto the ultra scene back in 2021, running 2:59.54, just under 3 hours for the 50K. And she was actually out at UTMB this year spectating. And I know she has intentions as soon as 2023 of potentially trying to get into OCC at UTMB, so that's pretty exciting.
But then she keeps signing up for the Boston Marathon. Like she just
Yes, yeah.
Des is incredible and an Arizona State alumni. She just needs to make the jump. Just make the jump on over.
Yeah.
You know, maybe come run Desert Solstice, a place of familiarity.
Yeah.
Just a little bit longer of an event.
That would be pretty exciting, have her out here. It's hard to say no to the Boston Marathon. I'm also one of those people who, year after year, go back. A question from Taylor: are these runners going to be changing clothes or shoes in this race, do you think? I've never raced longer than 15 hours, and I'm trying to decide strategy for 24. Yeah, we've definitely seen a number of outfit changes already. A lot of runners were starting with jackets on, and most of that is shed at this point. A lot of singlets, but yeah, what's nice with this just like super short contained loop is it's easy access to be able to, you know, get other layers, take off layers, have your crew pick them up. And with shoes, no shoe changes that I know of yet, but I'm sure many of the runners have brought a couple options to choose from if come partway through. And yeah, I would definitely say it's worth bringing multiple options, because you might just waste a minute or two changing shoes, but that might save you many more minutes of comfort down the line.
Yeah, definitely. I think that most of these runners are probably going to try to limit like changing anything that they can't change on the run, right? So shoes, bottoms, things like that, or things that just take a little bit more time. But they will do that if necessary, right? They're going to have that arrow in their quiver if it's needed.
Yes.
But they're probably going to try to limit it to, you know, just changes of tops for the most part.
Yeah, if I remember when Camille set the world record here, she, I think, did a shoe change late in the game, and yeah, so even the speediest of us changed their shoes.
Yeah, and Zach Bitter in the chat kind of reaffirming what we had just said there. The 24-hour folks apparel will definitely be, layers will definitely come on and off, right? Because it does get cold here once the sun goes down, so they'll definitely have a plan for like warmer clothes, but footwear is going to be kind of situation dependent. So
yeah, I mean, you might see 24 hours get out puffy jackets. I mean, especially as the pace starts to slow down, and just like, you know, energy levels. I think your body temperature really can lower quite a bit overnight, and so just to keep moving, staying in, you know, the layers, warm food. We've got aid station that will be cooking up all sorts of stuff overnight, but definitely important to reserve the energy. Marissa Lysak is passing in front of our little booth here, and she's currently in 7th place overall, moved up one spot from 8th. Currently at 24.85 miles, third woman in the field, looking smooth as ever. I know she has intentions of going the full 24 hours and looking for a PR at the distance. She currently has her qualifier on the team. In fact, she has the two fastest times, two furthest distances for the 24 hours. She earlier this year ran 151.89 miles at 6 days in the Dome, and so she is pretty securely on the list of qualifiers for the 2023 World Championships. But that doesn't stop her from coming back and hoping for a PR here.
yeah, and so far, I mean, she's running a really strong race. You know, she's going to run. She's not the type to really go out over her skis, right? Like, she's going to run a pretty consistent race for the most part. You may see a little degradation towards the end, but, you know, she's not running like a really big positive split typically.
No.
She's going to go out sensibly and kind of work her way up.
Yeah, and so, calculate, so she... Yeah, 25 miles in roughly 3.5 hours. So, what would be the math on that for 100 miles? 14 hours.
14 hours.
So yeah, I think we'll see her around 15 hours or so for her 100-mile split. And then another 7 hours of running after that. See Howie Stern out on the field, catching some nice shots. Glad to have him here. Staple of the event.
You know, maybe if he gets a photo of every runner's shoes, we could do like a post-race analysis.
Yeah.
Maybe I need, you know what? Let me check to see what my camera settings are on. It's like working, that's right.
That would be great.
Yeah, that's what she mentioned.
Is there another one besides 1690? Dropping on top of the bottom. Cool. Oh yeah, do that.
Alright, let me see how that
Try that.
Tell me why you guys weren't taking my feed. I was like, what am I doing wrong? Y'all hate the job I'm doing.
Andrew Skurka speeding by, looking smooth as ever. 28.83 miles in at this point. 4 laps behind Camille.
Yeah, I'll log in a second.
Camille will be closing in on that 50K mark here in just a few laps.
Yeah.
Here we see Jake Jackson and Jeff Browning.
Looked like Jake Jackson was
Going
taking a
by.
gel, one of his spring energies. Looked like interested to learn more about this device Victoria is wearing.
Yeah, so I'm told that it's because she has asthma, and
Okay.
it has to do with maybe the air quality
Okay.
here in Phoenix. I don't know.
I did
anything
get a
more
little
than
warning on my weather app this morning
Did you?
with the air quality.
that. Welcome to the desert, buddy. You know, I'm just happy that one of the Urbanski brothers still has his cat-eating pizza
Yes.
singlet on. It brings joy to my day.
Should have a. There should really be an outfit competition here, like at Javelina. Why not
know,
here?
you're right. You're right.
Special prize. Keep it fun.
No, we should have gotten the shoe check like at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Like I feel like now it's gonna be really hard. It might take a number of laps.
I know, it's
to-
taking me a little bit. Like, well, what colorway is that?
We've got Mandy Holmes and Jake Jackson coming by.
Man,
Jake's mustache is looking great. Tried to say it loud enough so that he could hear. Don't know if he could.
Jeff Browning doing some cooling. He's got a little rag and probably some nice cool water on that.
Did he still? I feel like was he holding his hat?
Yeah, I don't know if he holding the hat or if he removed the hat.
It looks like he removed it.
You would think the hat would be a,
Well, maybe
necessary.
You know, sometimes your shiny head needs to breathe, right?
Yep. Oh,
What I
seeing
will
some-
say is Jeff Browning knows what he's doing.
Yes, yeah. No question there. Seeing some ice cubes coming out.
Pacer travel. Rare sighting of Jeff Browning with no hat on. And in just a minute or two, we are going to send it to another short break just so that we can try and fix a little technical hiccup that we're dealing with here. So in just a minute, we are going to send it to a commercial here. And we will be joining you back shortly. We will have our turnaround at the 4-hour mark. So in about 20 minutes, runners will be changing direction here. But I think we are going to go ahead and send it to a quick commercial break so that we can sort out a small tech issue here. And we will be joining you back again momentarily.
See y'all soon.
Awesome. And we are back. Thank you all so much for your patience. Now that we threw to a little commercial break and the chat got quite lively there, so we appreciate all of you tuning in, chatting it up, making friends with one another. We do appreciate it, and we are about 6 or 7 minutes away now from our first turnaround. So runners will switch directions on the track every 4 hours. So we will have that going soon. It looks like maybe our video is frozen here. So we will work on trying to get that video feed refreshed here. Again, for just a little bit of an update, it looks like Camille Heron is through the 50K mark, and it looks like maybe she was through in about 3:43. Yep, and we are back trackside here. And as you can see, I'm joined by the wonderful Chris Warden, rocking his media shirt here.
Absolutely, wearing it with pride.
AJW was rocking that same shirt. It's a shame that, you know, the people won't get to see it. I know AJW is going to go. He's going to change. He's going to come back later this evening in a different outfit, and we won't get to see the two of you.
He better come back in this outfit, because frankly, he's the reason I had to do some laundry, because I wore this yesterday. And he sent me a text yesterday afternoon saying, hey, bring your Javelin 100 logoed shirt. So I went and did an extra load of laundry last night.
So you guys did actually plan matching outfits.
Absolutely. I mean, doesn't everybody? If we're at high school, we might as well play the part. I just wanted to jump on real quick to give a heads up, following some of the stories of the day. I just spoke with Connor Holt, and Connor, of course, the husband and coach of Camille Heron, and they're tracking her at about 45 seconds ahead of the U.S. 50-mile record. She's gaining about 1 to 2 seconds per lap at this point, and so that's something we'll be following fairly soon here, as that'll be popping up in the next hour or two, I guess. I don't have the number in front of me, but I know that Patrick will have that here for us in just a few moments. We've got check the American standard on that. 50-mile women is 5:38.41, and we are at just short of the 4-hour mark, so that'll be something we'll be following over the next 90 to 100 minutes, apparently.
Love it.
Absolutely. I'm going to go and get us some footage trackside at the turnaround here in just a few moments, so I will slide on out of the chair and have Patrick Karen come back in, which, by the way, I'm so glad that Patrick is here. Like, he was part of our original Desert Solstice live stream back in 2018, and I learned so much about the sport from just hanging out with him for a few hours. He knows, he has an encyclopedic knowledge of ultra running, and it was great to share some time with him. So I was glad to see him be a part of the team again this year.
Yeah, he's been doing a pretty good job.
He always does.
So
he always does. So
we're glad he's here.
All right, Patrick, I will turn the seat over to you.
And we may or may not have just dropped a headset there, so apologies for all that commotion. And again, we are just a couple of minutes away now from the iconic turnaround.
Might see Mike doing a little dancing. Sometimes he pulls out the dance moves on the turnaround. Mike Melton, the timer.
Yeah, we can only hope. I've seen Mike play the air guitar a number of times. So we'll see what moves they break out today.
Maybe some runner moves every once in a while. I feel like I've seen Camille.
Ooh, Camille's done some spins
Yes.
before.
I was really looking forward to Scott, but sadly he's not here. But I was
Yeah.
like, Scott's got the moves. Like, what's he gonna pull out on us?
Camille coming by, big smile on her face still.
Yeah, so Camille is almost exactly a third of the way through 100 miles in 4 hours. So still right on that sub 12-hour pace, actually. Yeah, 33.3 miles in 3:58.
Yeah, and we should be hitting that turnaround here any minute now. Looking as they are getting ready. And here we are going to start seeing the turnarounds.
All right, here comes Camille. Let's see if we see any action.
Do we have any do we get any Mike Melton dance move? Oh, here comes the guitar. And there we go.
Nice. Love it. All right, now I gotta get used to these guys going in the other
Camille
direction.
with a little turn move, spin move there.
I wonder if any runners practice this part. That could really trip you up.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta have good footwork, right?
Yeah.
But this is the interesting part. You're gonna have runners going in opposing directions through the crew station.
Yeah, I think they're told to stay on the
On their
on
left.
their left.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No collisions, hopefully. All right, yeah, so 4 hours in. As we were saying, Camille, 33.5 miles. She's put a little more distance between herself and Andrew, who is in second overall with 32.31. Currently 5 laps behind. Andrew's also going for 100 miles, and for a personal record of sub 13 hours is his intentions. Amanda, second woman and third overall. Amanda Nelson from Woodstock, Ontario. She is currently 12 laps back of Camille with just under 50K, 31.57. And then we've got Jeff Browning and Jacob Jackson, fourth and fifth. So our top 5 has stayed pretty consistent all day so far. Interestingly, Marissa Lysak has gone from 7th to 10th. Not sure if she's slowing down or doesn't seem to be slowing down. She had one slower by maybe 20-30 second lap in there, but so it seems like some other folks are picking it up, and those folks would be Pat Hassler from Cincinnati, Ohio.
There goes Jake Jackson and the iconic mustache.
Yes. Yeah, so Pat, Lindsay, and Jeffrey. So Lindsay, not sure on the pronunciation, Gabo, from North Carolina. She's moved up into third female with 28.58. And at this point, almost all the runners have been through the marathon distance. Bob Hearns rounding out the field with 25.6 miles.
There goes Olivier LeBlanc, still looking pretty smooth.
Got a question from Aid Station Fireball. What is... my question's cut off.
What is Victoria wearing
Oh, for shoes? Or,
on her face? The mask.
oh, yes.
Yeah, so what I've been told is that it's due to her asthma, that she wears it during like poor air quality, like we have here in Phoenix currently. So that's all I know. I don't know what exactly it does. My guess is it's some sort of like filter type contraption, but what do I really know, I think, is the moral of the story, and that would be almost nothing. So, but yeah, that is what I'm told. I know that she used a mask at Jackpot in Vegas as well, in Henderson, Nevada, just outside of Vegas, for a similar reason. So,
Interesting.
you know,
It's funny because it kind of looks like the masks that people used to wear that made things harder. You know, you ever seen
Yeah.
those masks that like...
Well, I mean, the iconic photo of Galen Rupp wearing one that people used to all like meme. I think this was even before memes.
yeah. Premium days.
It was like an altitude mask.
Yes,
basically.
yeah.
Yeah.
How would you...
We're starting to see some neck gaiters come out as well. So we've got some ice bandanas. We've got some folks with neck gaiters that are covering kind of the back of the neck. And again, even though it's not super hot out today, that sun exposure I think is definitely going to come into play as we see Kaylee Demersion, Marissa Lizak, and I'm not sure who the third runner there is. All three coming in with ice bandanas there.
Yeah, we're looking at, I think it's about, 58-ish degrees currently, but definitely full sun exposure. There's very little cloud cover currently.
We're in the shade and we're not running, so it's like, oh, it's kind of nice
Yeah.
to be outside.
I just feel like a slight breeze. I feel a little
Yeah.
bit of coolness traveling through the air. Yeah, so 58 degrees and gonna get up to about 63 degrees, peaking around 3 to 4, then start to dip down as the sun goes down.
Here comes Camille. still running really strong race.
Like Olivier wearing his USA kit. Wonder if that's a good luck charm of sorts.
Blame him though? Like if I had a USA kit that I'd earned,
Yeah.
I would probably wear it everywhere. Like going to
Go to the
parent-teacher
grocery store.
conferences.
Yeah.
Yep, wearing my Team USA kit.
Why not? You're in it.
You know, if it's one though I just bought online, then maybe I'm not wearing it everywhere. But so we got Jordan Camastro just passing us, the king of the arrival vehicle.
Yeah, we still gotta find out.
I think Chris told me what it was, but I can't remember, and I wasn't really sure that I understood what it actually was. Jimmy Strayhorn, the Camp Verde native, just went past.
Jake Jackson, and who's the fella next to Jake Jackson? Do you know?
I'm not 100%.
3 stripes on the back.
That I believe was Peter Strickland.
I agree with David in the chat. 100 miles is 100 miles. Sure is. It is no small feat. So, yeah, plenty of folks who are going for 100 miles at 24 hours. That is legit, no matter whether you're going for the full 24 or not.
Nelson.
Yeah, so Amanda just went through 50K, third person through 50K in about 4:09 or so. So pretty quick pace considering the 2 folks ahead of her, Camille and Andrew, they're only looking to do 100 miles. Amanda has intentions going for the full 24 hours. And yeah, off to a hot start.
And I'm gonna step off the mic for 1 second and I'll be right back on. Looks like Olivier LeBlanc just came through again. Right in front of him was Mandy Holmes. Olivier approaching that 50K mark here in a couple of laps as well. Here we have Camille coming through. and she is still looking strong. She has surpassed the 35-mile mark now. Camille is now about 1.25 miles ahead of Andrew Skurka, who is your male leader and second overall. And there you see Kaylee Demersion and Whitney Rickman coming by on your screen there. They've been both running really strong. See Bob Hearn and Olivier LeBlanc coming by. And this camera feed is from, if you think of a track, think of like the 200-meter mark from where where the start finish is, and is looking into the turn there. So now we're back over at the start finish camera. There's Kaylee Demersion, Whitney Rickman. Team Run Tribe all coming through.
The Cats.
All these runners are looking super strong right now. See Mandy Holmes. She is currently at 27 or 28 miles now. So she is slowly closing in on the 50K mark. Jeff Browning also just passed the 50K mark. 4 hours, 16 minutes, 25 seconds for Jeff. He is currently your second place overall male, fourth place overall. Jake Jackson just crossed the 50K mark. 4 hours, 17 minutes, and 10 seconds for Jake.
a reminder for those in the chat, we have pinned the live results to the top of the chat, so that's what we're using for all of our updates. And yeah, every lap they'll be updated with splits for every lap.
Shout out to Aid Station Fireball in the chat. Always a great guest. I feel like always tuning in, so we appreciate you.
Not sure there will be any Aid Station Fireball here, though.
I don't believe so.
Sadly not.
You never know. You never know.
School track. Maybe there's some rules around that.
It definitely wouldn't be from an Aravaipa Aid Station. That's for sure. Yeah, a school track. That would be something. Olivier LeBlanc, our next runner to hit the 50K, 20 minutes. And again, the next kind of big milestone that we're keeping our eye on will be Camille Herron chasing the 50-mile world record.
She holds both the American and world, so yeah, she'll be
the
breaking
50-mile
both.
world record.
5:38.
Man, that's fast.
Yeah, and she ran that back in 2015. Yeah, currently Camille holds the 50-mile world record, the 100-mile world record, the 12-hour world record, and the 24-hour world record. And at this point, she just likes to break her own records.
Yeah, I mean, she's just doing it for fun now. Right? As you can see, that big smile on her face every time she comes by. Just enjoying herself out there, you know?
Yep.
Looks like Marissa Lysak is going to be moving back up into 7th place overall here the next time they come through this loop. As it looks like she just went past Pat Hasler of Cincinnati, Ohio. are basically running right next to each other. Here you see on your screen Jake Jackson, Camille Herron coming through once again. There goes your women's second place runner currently. Amanda Nelson just went by. Aaron Davis in the chat, that cat shirt is fire. I completely agree. I believe that is Matthew Urbanski. They broke out some cool shirts last year too. Again, Camille Herron currently chasing the 50-mile world record of 5 hours 38 minutes. And she is, let's see, 13 miles away. As she continues to chase her own world record, I might point out. See Whitney Rickman, Pete Kostelnick, and Pat Hasler coming through on your screen there. see Amanda Nelson on your screen there. An interesting storyline to follow in this race is, Amanda Nelson moving up to the 24-hour distance in terms of chasing the Canadian national record. And Victoria Brown, who is also in this race, holds the Canadian national records at basically 48 hours and up. She's trying to chase the record moving down. So
Yeah.
kind of seeing that battle between those two, the two Canadian runners, is going to be really interesting to see how that kind of plays out.
We're gonna have to try to get a hold on what the actual Canadian 24-hour record is. I think someone had mentioned it in the chat. I think it was 148 miles. I mean, finding ultra distance records, not the easiest thing.
here. Because again, we are over the 4.5 hour mark now. We got runners just making steady progress here. Leader is still Camille Herron. She is up about 1.5 miles on our second place runner and male leader, Skurka. She is up about 4 miles on our second place female, Amanda Nelson. So it looks like Patrick may have an update on what that Canadian women's 24-hour record is.
Yes, yeah, so 148 miles and 85 yards from back in 2014. So as we were mentioning, Amanda and Victoria are both aiming for that mark. So we'll make sure to keep tabs on their splits as the day unfolds and see if they're both tracking for that record.
Yeah, and I think the 6-hour split will be kind of the next, like, good split point to track 24-hour times on. That'll be about 1/4 of the way.
Definitely.
And I mean, Amanda, as of right now, is way ahead of pace for that. She's already almost at 35 miles. You see Amanda Nelson, who we just mentioned, and Jeff Browning with his hat back on. Olivier LeBlanc, veteran move, taking the sunscreen to go and applying it as he runs. He's not wasting time stopping to get sprayed. He's got 400 meters worth of time that he can do that spraying on.
Should have like a spray booth. You know how they've got the little like misting
how you have
booths?
misters? Yeah, you run through and it just sprays you with sunscreen.
You might have to close your eyes, but they're pretty fancy.
You move it out like into lane 5 or 6 on the backstretch, right?
Yeah.
So you're not interfering with anyone. If you don't want to go through it, you don't have to.
All right, gotta pitch it to
Motion
Camille.
activated, right?
Yes.
I think it's a great idea.
this point, Camille has 11 miles to go and 1 hour, if I'm doing the math correctly, for her 5:38 record. That I wonder if there's maybe the track versus the road record. I wonder if there's a distinction there.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing because
Is that
11 miles in an hour, right? That's very fast.
Yes.
That's very fast. Because 10 miles in 1 hour is 6-minute mile pace.
Yes.
You know?
It's not adding up.
So I'm wondering if it is an age group record, possibly. Could be the American age group record, which would be Caroline Bowler's 6:09.
Okay.
Which that seems much.
Yeah, that's definitely an hour and a half.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe we can get Chris.
Maybe we
Roy
can get
to
maybe we can get Chris to investigate for us.
Good to know what the mark is. Or if anyone in the chat knows, feel free to educate us.
Well, while going down this U.S. age group 50-mile record holder search, one of the suggested questions that people also ask: how fast is Bolt's mile? I find that quite interesting that people care about Usain Bolt's mile time.
I want to know his 100-mile time.
yeah, like let's get this guy up to the ultra distances.
You know, if he can hold that speed for 100 miles, what are we talking?
We do have a number of other runners, a lot of other runners that have passed the 50K mark now. Most recently, Whitney Rickman, who passed the 50K mark in 4:41:53.
It'll be interesting to compare Victoria's 50K split with Amanda's, and just to gauge the difference there. And
Yeah, but the interesting thing about these super long races is it only takes, you know, if you have a bad hour, right? Like that's enough for someone to make up, you know, 3-4 miles on you.
yeah,
so it'll be interesting to see if there's any collapses or if everyone is kind of running within themselves as of right now.
absolutely. Yeah, we're approaching 5 hours into the race, and the field is, you know, pretty spread out at this point, but 39.5 miles to Bob Hearn in 29.5 miles, but only 10 miles.
Yeah, and Mandy Holmes, our most recent person now to pass the 50K mark, leaving just 3 runners, still approaching that 50K mark. A little bit of chat in the chat room. Camille's current pace would put her on about 5:53-ish for 50 miles. She is, from what I understand, she is looking at trying to hit a 50-mile record. We now aren't sure which record that is, whether it's an age group or what exactly it is. But then she's also looking at the 12-hour and 100-mile records in addition to that. And who knows? If she gets the 100-mile record, who's to say she won't go for more?
Yeah.
You know?
You never know with Camille. Yeah, for folks who are interested, there's a cool feature on the live results and time records tracking and distance records tracking. So you can actually click either of those and see both their projected distance or their projected time, as well as the record, and to see just like, you know, how many miles or how many minutes off of that record time there are. So
And this
great,
would be
great little
based
feature.
on this would be based on the full 24 hours.
Well, depending on different records. So like, you know, U.S. team qualifier, 160, like, so some of them aren't. Some of them are records. Some of them are
I
just.
see what you're saying. I get it now.
Yeah, so Camille, we're tracking both her 24-hour and her 12-hour, and
She's currently projected to crush both.
currently, yes, at the pace she's going, she would have 201
That'd be,
miles
an
for 24
overall
hours.
world.
Overall world record, 3 miles ahead of Sorokin. But yeah, just a neat little feature to check out. Aaron Newberry just hopped back on the live stream in the chat. Camille's doing great as always. She just got through 40 miles, 4:46, and is approaching, we're some 50-mile record that she's shooting for. We're still figuring out what that is, but she's well on track for the 12-hour and the 100-mile world records that she's trying to break. And 7 laps back of Camille, Andrew Skurka. He's passing in front of our booth now. Got a buff wrapped around his head, probably for some cooling and a little shade from the sun. Still looking very smooth.
And looks like Camille is about to come by our booth as well. You guys just saw her on your screen. She is, again, still looking really, really strong. Still smiling.
I feel like a good sign of how strong or fresh they're feeling is not always, but often their knee lift. Some of them are really still driving pretty hard. But also there's the ultra shuffle. There's some people who can go quite fast with the ultra shuffle.
I mean, if you can just consistently ultra shuffle for 24 hours, you're probably going to be in a pretty good spot, right?
Yes.
Just saw Micah Morgan, Amanda Nelson both just come by moments ago. Kaylee Demersion coming by, looking really strong. we got, for all the shoe fans out there, got the shoe cam for you.
So we got confirmation from Chris, and I presume Chris got confirmation from Connor, Camille's husband, that she is shooting for the American track 50-mile record, which is currently 5:59:11. So she's hoping to break 5:59:11 to add that record to her list of accolades.
Shout out to our investigative reporter, Chris Warden,
Yes.
for bringing us that information. And it seems like that is very much in play here, right? The 5:59 seems very much in play.
Yeah, so she's at 40 and a half, so 9.5 miles left with an hour and 10 minutes. So just under, or right about 7-minute pace, yeah. Thank you guys in the chat for figuring out with us what exactly the record is and what's being attempted. Aid Station Fireball and Thaddeus Nelson.
Shout out to Dylan Brand in the chat. Also confirmed Patrick's voice is like a river of silk with rose petals landing gently upon it. Am I right? Dylan Brand, you are right, my friend. You are right.
It's debatable. Alright, so Victoria Brown, she's through 50K, and she probably went through in about 4:48 or so. Okay, and if I compare that to Amanda Nelson, went through 50K in 4:09. So about 39 minutes different in their 50K splits, both aiming for that Canadian 24-hour record of 148 miles. But obviously, still quite a ways to go. Only, what, one-fifth the distance there.
There we just saw Jeff Browning go past our commentary booth. Hat is back on, protecting the beautiful cranium. The sun is also fully out now. It is fully above us. It is going to continue to heat up out here.
And a little more wind too. My notes are trying to blow away. So I'm sure runners appreciate that. But a few runners still with either long sleeve shirts on or arm sleeves. The arm sleeves are great because you can, stick some ice cubes in there to help cool down. The long sleeves not so much, but at least the sun cover helps for sure.
Yeah, definitely being able to get some ice into those arm sleeves, get some topical cooling. Definitely going to be huge, especially with all the sun exposure here at Desert Solstice.
And we've got Bob approaching the 50K mark, coming through his last few meters here. So at this point, all 25 of our runners are through 50K. In 5 hours and 55 minutes, or 4 hours 55 minutes, excuse me. I'll give you a 5-hour update shortly. I got a nice shot of the mountains here. Taggart providing some hype in the chat. If only we could broadcast messages out to runners.
Yeah, no, we need like we need a billboard right here that like we could just pull a comment up. So it's like, oh, go Camille, and then when Camille runs by, she can see go Camille.
That would be great.
We'll put it on our Christmas list.
Yeah, we could replace the scoreboard there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great.
Love it.
I think it is wonderful.
Oh, and Thornton, man, they even look fast on camera. They are moving quick.
Yeah, I mean, everyone, again, closing in on 5 hours into the broadcast, or into the race, rather. Everyone's still looking really strong here. As Amanda Nelson goes by our broadcast booth, she's looking really strong. Again, Amanda chasing that Canadian 24-hour national record of 148 miles and change.
And she's running. Let's take a look at her splits. She's pretty consistently under 2 minutes per lap for the first, let's say, first 100 laps, and then it looks like she made maybe an adjustment in her strategy, or just in her pacing, and has been more around 2:05, 2:10 for the last 50 laps or so, but holding steady at that pace. So just about 8:30 or so pace. Although she's probably thinking in kilometers, not miles.
Yeah. It's probably very true. And I did just catch the bib of the 4th Team Run member.
Oh, yeah?
Chad Lassiter from Sugar Land, Texas.
I thought it might have been him. He was out at Vermont 100 this year, which I was out spectating. So, yeah, I guess they've got some...
So they've expanded out of the Colorado, the greater Denver area, the Denver Boulder area.
Have to find out if they're recruiting more team members. Next thing you know, track's going to be taken over by cat singlets.
Here we got a big group of runners coming through, including Camille Herron.
So we'll give you a 5-hour update. Not much has changed within the top 5. We have seen one shift with Olivier LeBlanc moving up into 5th and Jeff Browning moving back into 6th. But they're both on the same lap, so minimal change there. Camille leading the field with 42 miles on the dot. Andrew Skurka 2 miles back with 40.01. Amanda Nelson 3rd overall and 2nd female, 37.28 miles. Jacob Jackson in 4th and Olivier LeBlanc in 5th. Marissa Lysak is our 3rd woman overall, and 7th overall in the field with 35.54 miles. So our next big check-in will be around 6 hours, and more specifically 5:59:11, which is the 50-mile American track record that Camille is shooting for. A little update in the chat from Rob on Victoria's mask. He says it's a heat and moisture exchange mask. Brown has asthma and finds this mask helps her breathing. Awesome. Thanks, Rob, for the intel there. Question, Camille's going for which record today? Well,
All the records.
she's going
today.
for all of them. Yeah, she said in her pre-race social media posts there's up to 15 records that are kind of in her sights today. So
I think the first of which is the American track 50-mile record, correct?
Yeah, so that's the next one coming up. Her kind of overarching goals are the 12-hour and 100-mile world records, both of which she currently holds but is looking to further improve upon. And so I can pull that up shortly. Her current record, world record for 100 miles, I guess depending on who you ask, is 12:41 or 12:42. So she's looking to run faster than that. And then her 12-hour record, which I think is also, maybe 0.1 miles different depending on which one you count, but 94.9 miles for 12 hours. So those are her two big goals for today. I think her intentions are to probably stop after that, but you never know. We might see her continuing on for several more hours after that, especially if other records are start to come into focus. There's the 200K mark, 24 hours. There she goes, cruising by.
And they also have Camille's 100-mile world best.
Okay, so they list 12:42.
They list the 12:42, but her current pace is 11:55:30.
You heard it here, folks. Could sub 12 hours be possible? Anything's possible with Camille. But I presume she's probably picking things up a little bit this next hour just to safely get under that 50-mile track American record. And then we'll see if she starts to dial it back at all or adjust her pacing. Yeah. We can get a... Yeah, she's still going through in 145, 146 per lap. With her slowest lap of the day, I think, being 151. So very, very even pacing. Yeah, slowest lap of the day was lap 2, 151. Welcome Anthony Lee to the chat.
Sub 11 would be incredible. Sub 11 would be pretty incredible. I would take a sub 12. You know, I'm not being, don't want to be too greedy.
Strap on the jets. Thought it was interesting. Victoria Brown recently did the Ironman World Championships just earlier this fall. Yeah, she's pretty accomplished in the Ironman distance as well. Cool variety to see.
Here you see Camille coming by again. Look at how strong she is still looking.
Had a quick glance over to the clock, check her split. She knows what she's doing. As I mentioned earlier, but wanted to bring it up again because I think it's pretty cool. Amanda Nelson, one of the Canadian athletes that we've been tracking, she was the female winner of the World Backyard Ultra Championships earlier this year with 55, or I think 56 maybe yards, which are the loops, 4.16 miles every hour. And that was 375 kilometers, or in miles, 233 miles. So she is certainly used to going the distance.
Yeah, Amanda Nelson.
Very impressive.
Woodstock, Ontario native. Super impressive background. And again, her winning that Backyard Ultra, I think, just speaks to, like, how ready for an event like this she her 24-hour PR of just shy of 141 miles. So
Yeah.
it's not like she's new to this, really. But I think her fitness is there, and she's really ready for, you know, a big run today. And she's showing it. I mean, she's currently very far ahead of that 148 point something
Yeah.
mile mark, which would be the Canadian women's 24-hour record.
Yeah, I think that 141 miles that she set for 24 hours, I think that's the Canadian soil record, so the fastest or furthest 24 hours in Canada. So, yeah, in addition, she wants that national record to put alongside her 12-hour and 100-mile national records.
Here we see Whitney Rickman coming by. Here we have Mandy Holmes coming by. And here, coming up, it looks like we've got Bob Hearn and Pat Hassler. Pat there in the orange, Bob in the all white.
One thing to note is Andrew Skurka, who was in second place overall with 40.76 miles, 12 laps behind Camille. He just had a long break, but he just got back out on the track. I'm not sure if it was bathroom, change of outfit, or whatnot. We'll try to figure out. But he was consistently running about 150 per lap and had a 9-minute 43-second 163rd lap. So
Who was that?
Andrew Skurka.
No.
So a little downtime there, but he's back out. Recently ran a 2:03 lap, so we'll see if that holds steady. Just a reminder, Andrew is looking to run sub 13 for 100 miles, 100-mile PR. Coming in with a lot of fitness, ran 2:27 at Boston earlier this spring. Lesser known in the ultra running community, but a prolific hiker, long distance hiker, and has several ultra results to his name. He's done super well at the Bighorn 100, as well as some other events. So that's Andrew Skurka from Boulder, Colorado, in second place.
We do have someone cheering for Allie in the chat. I'm assuming that is Allison Allen from Barbados.
Ooh.
So shout out to her, as I believe that is the only Allie in the race.
That makes sense. Yeah, Allison's looking strong. 35 miles in. Seems very evenly paced, doing about 2 minutes 10 seconds, 2 minutes 15 seconds per lap. She seems very dialed. Prolific hiker, understatement of the century. Yes, there's much more that can be said about Andrew Skurka. He's a great guy. I definitely own a few of his books. I probably knew Andrew Skurka before I knew any ultra runner.
Yeah.
Matt Blitz, feel free to add additional info on Andrew. Tout his accolades. Educate the audience.
And there you see Olivier LeBlanc, Jordan Camastro, and who is... I think this is Jeff Adams. Yeah, Jeff Adams was with Jordan Camastro there.
I like his top, nice and tropical.
And Camille just came by there a moment ago. She has less than 6 miles to go to hit that American track 50-mile record, which is 5:59. So 41 minutes to go, 6 miles. So maybe it might be close. Well, to go under 6 miles.
Yeah.
To go 5.5 miles now. It just updated. So that's probably more within reach, right?
Yeah, I think she's definitely on track, and
Yeah, I mean, she's cranking 145 the last couple laps.
yeah.
That's 7-minute pace. So that puts her at about 5:56 to 5:57 50-mile time.
We'll try to make sure we get the camera on her as she approaches that mark. See if she celebrates it all or just keeps on cruising along. She'll definitely keep on cruising along, but celebrate part, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, oh, will she have a victory beer? But We're at high school track, Patrick.
Yes.
Wouldn't be. I would never condone that. You know.
Will we see any G-string laps out of Bob Hearn?
I don't think so. I think Bob Hearn gave us all his G-string miles at Javelina.
Yeah.
When I believe he did 2 laps at Javelina.
Probably still dealing with
which
the
is 40
sunburn
miles.
from that.
Yeah.
Hopefully he was
He probably wants to stay
lathered up.
fully covered.
Oh, while in the music on the track, I was really digging the vibes.
I know I was loving the vibe, but you know what can you do? There we go.
There's our prolific hiker running right by.
Ran right by us there. Here on your screen you got Kaylee Demersion coming by. And Mandy Holmes.
Curious with the Herbinski brothers, how like competitive they are as siblings. You know, they've been running together, but when it comes down to, you know, that last lap, what if only one of them can make the the U.S. team? Will they fight it out? Will
I would venture
will they
to
finish
guess.
holding hand?
I think last year they actually rotated time on course so the other could nap.
Oh.
So it's like, oh, they only one would nap while the other one did some laps, and then they would switch. So it'll be interesting to see what the strategy is. They're not running side by side, which is the interesting thing, right? Is, you know, they're separated by 5 seconds.
Well, they spent a lot of time together over the years. Maybe they don't want to get too sick of each other just yet.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kelsey. Buffalo, New York is cheering for Jeff Adams. Go,
Yep.
Jeff.
Yep, Jeff from Kenmore, New York.
Jeff is going strong, 37.77 miles, 12th overall. All right, so Camille is essentially at 45 miles. So we've got 5 miles left for her 50-mile American track record. And she's got, what, 37 minutes to do it. 37 minutes, 5 miles. I'd say it's happening.
I concur.
Matty Ice on the coverage. Got some love in the chat.
Now from Skylar. Shout out to Skylar. Hopefully he is getting his voice ready for the Jackpot Ultras live stream coming to you this March. Just you know, planting the seed. That's all. Well, I mean, in actuality, Skylar backed out of Black Canyon last year because it's on Valentine's Day weekend. Meh. It's not on Valentine's Day weekend anymore, so maybe Skylar could come out for Black Canyon.
That'd be nice. I mean, isn't it's the love of your life running? So like, You'd think you'd want to spend Valentine's Day running with your closest love.
Camille gets closer.
And there you see Camille coming through once again, looking really strong, and right behind her was Lindsay Gabo?
I was trying to figure that out earlier. If anyone in the chat knows.
I'll just refer to her as Lindsay.
Lindsay, yeah. Only one
there
Lindsay.
you see Mandy Holmes and Kaylee Demersion coming across your screen.
Katie is our youngest athlete in the field today at 26 years old from Savannah, Georgia. And Lindsay is also fairly young, 28 years old from Eastover, North Carolina. Two youngest contestants. It's interesting with just the 24-hour distance or time, race. Still attracts, I would say, more older folks than I feel like in recent years. We've been seeing a lot of younger folks coming into the ultra scene with the 50K, 50 mile, even 100 miles. A lot of people just out of college, in their 20s, early 30s. But yeah, out there today, I mean, there's only 3 athletes under 30 years old. We've got 5 athletes 50 plus. And yeah, definitely cool to see.
Skylar just sent me a text full of excuses as to why he can't come for Black Canyon or Jackpot. So he didn't have the fortitude to put it in the chat for everyone to read. So I'll break everyone's heart. Skylar will not be here for Black Canyon or for Jackpot Ultra's live streams.
Oh no!
But we may have something else in the works where he can join us. So we will see. And Sarah Newberry shouting out North Carolina. And Sarah, I just want you to know that I read that comment. In my best PD Pablo voice. So I did the best I could. We made a PD Pablo reference during the Javelina live stream when AJW was commentating.
Oh, I think I caught wind of something about that.
He didn't know who PD Pablo was.
He's missing out.
Who is this PD Pobs? Gotta love
Did you educate
AJW.
him?
I think the chat let him know. I don't know that he understood who PD Pobs was by the end, but it is what it is.
Yep. All right, so Camille is just checked off 46 miles, 5:28 on the clock. It's got 30 minutes for the last 4 miles to get under the American track 50-mile record of 5:59.11.
Yeah, so it's looking like she's going to be in the 5:57 range.
Yeah. Not much wiggle room, though.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that crazy? Like, oh, you beat it by 2 minutes, and that's like really close.
She at Strolling Gym this year beat across 40 miles. I think it was only 41 seconds that she beat the record. So
she got a nice little paycheck from that too,
yeah,
right?
Yep. I think that's one of Laz's events. But certainly stressful.
Yeah.
41 seconds, you're not going to know until the last quarter mile.
It's like you can't really coast it in, right? You're pushing. Here you see the great Bob Hearn.
Like his hat flapping in the wind. Just a weather update for you guys. It is 62 degrees here in Phoenix. And yeah, pretty exposed at the moment. Not much cloud cover at all. A little bit of wind, which is kind of giving a nice breeze. It is going to get up only just another degree or two in the next couple hours, and then start to taper off through the evening.
We've got, the great Chris Warden getting us this coverage on the back stretch here, getting his training in for the day. Chris registered for the Muggy and Monster 100 this September, so shout out to Chris for being brave enough to hit the register button on Arizona's only Hard Rock qualifier. Oh, and it looks like Victoria Brown there showing us a picture probably for, the people that she's running for today. Shout out to Victoria Brown, one of the most interesting people I've ever had the privilege of speaking to in my life.
That says something.
Professional poker player at one point in her life.
Wow.
Was a part of the broadcast team for foreign language television for one of the Olympics, like 2000 or 2004 or 90. I don't think it was 96, but
yeah,
she was it might have been 96. But yeah, she was a foreign language broadcast. So she's interviewed movie stars for foreign language television.
Very cool.
Just like an interesting and she can run really far.
And she can run really far. It's too bad she's out there for 24 hours. Otherwise, we'd get her in the booth.
That was the unfortunate reason we got to learn all of this about her last year. Was she didn't quite make it the full 24 hours last year. I think was dealing with some little injury issues. Nothing major, but stuff that's like I can't keep going.
Yeah. We got the little stats bar up on now. That looks nice.
Camille's got just a little over 5K to go before she hits that 50-mile mark. She just came past our broadcast booth here just a minute or two ago. There you see Mandy Holmes on your screen there. Kaylee Demersion right behind her. And then I believe that was Peter Strickland right there as well. Yep, that is Peter Strickland, the Emerson, Georgia native. So a couple Georgians.
Two of them together right
running
now.
together. Kaylee, originally from California, went to school in Atlanta. Has been coached by Pat Reagan, who's based out of Savannah. And so she recently, within the last year or so, moved back out to Georgia to Savannah.
Pat's here today, I think.
Pat is here. He's crewing a number of athletes. He is the coach for Kaylee, Jacob Jackson, and someone else. Someone else. Chris Warden will know and will tell us who Pat Reagan coaches whenever he knows.
Who did you say?
Who does Pat Reagan coach?
Nicole Monet? She's not here, though.
Oh, yeah. The third athlete was Nicole Monet, who is not running. So 2 athletes in the race. But originally we're meant to be 3. And I believe we just saw the great thru hiker come past on your screen. Here he is.
There he is. Cruising along. Not exactly a through hike here on the track. Yeah, that would be Andrew Skurka with 43.74 miles on his legs so far today. He's 13 laps back from Camille Herron, who is essentially at 47 miles, 3 miles to go in her quest for the American track 50-mile record of 5:59.
Yeah, and I think Chris was just showing us where that 50-mile mark is. So hopefully we'll be able to.
Yeah. Nice.
We'll be able to, get a good look at Camille. She's still just over 3 miles out, so still has a little bit of time. But again, looking like she's going to be right in that 5:30 or 5:57 range. So going to be, 90 seconds to 2 minutes under that existing 50-mile track American record.
Takes a little bit to say that one.
It is, you really have to think through it so you don't, especially with Camille, because you're just like, oh yeah, the world record at whatever the distance is, right? But you've really got to think through that one, because it's got a few descriptors to it, which does not make it any lesser of a record, right? It's still a really great record. Here you see Kat Schroeder-Bansky on your screen there with Lindsay Gabo.
Hello.
Chris Warden is on the microphone now. I believe he's got maybe an update for us.
Yeah, I was just heading through pit row, and I saw Whitney Richmond was sitting down. It looks like it's just kind of getting adjusted to the heat. Obviously, even though we do say that the thermometer reads, what is it?
Yeah, about 62.
It says 62, but you know how that Arizona sun hits. It definitely, there's no shade, obviously no cover on this course, and it feels several degrees warmer. I mean, it's very easy to work up a sweat just simply by walking around the track, I would know. But hopefully it's just a momentary adjustment to the heat as the afternoon rolls along. But just wanted to give a heads up that Whitney Richmond has taken a quick break. Other than that, I haven't seen any runners take more than a few moments with their crew and with their aides. So we'll keep an eye on things as they develop throughout the afternoon. Andrew Skurka's 9-minute break, I was not aware of it. The only other person I saw taking a break that was potentially unscheduled was Jeff Urbanski. Looked like he was
the live chat overnight. Again, Camille is about 2.5 miles away from hitting that 50-mile mark, so about 10 laps. Sounds like maybe we lost sound here for a second, but think that we are back up and going, so should be all set. And again, Chris back out there giving us a little bit of mobile footage here. Oh my gosh, is that like a 6-foot gummy worm? What on, who is that? Chad Lassiter. That is
That's impressive.
Sugarland, Texas. So, oh, and maybe he's sharing it with Urbanski. Oh, so it's not all for the guy from Sugarland, Texas, huh?
That is frightening.
Andrew's break there? Was it just...
That's amazing.
Oh, okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
It's like so big that it's almost not like a gummy snake. It's almost like a gummy crocodile. Or
Yeah.
something.
Is that a gummy snake? It sure is.
And Pete Kostelnick just ran by carrying a jar of squirrel's nut butter. So that's quite interesting. And it looks like Camille is coming through. And so she is just about to hit, I believe, the 48-mile mark. That is correct. Okay, and an update on the Andrew Skurka pit stop. It sounds like he had gotten a blister that they just sat down and took care of, and he's okay now. And we're getting reports that the gummy snake is all the Urbanski brothers. They just had to use someone else's table because the snake is so big.
I don't even know where you acquire something like that.
Yeah, that's actually a good question. Where do you get that? Maybe they had to catch it.
So now they're wondering where they got it.
Straight out of like
Gummy snakes are us.
in the chocolate factory. Oh, someone's in Sugarland right now. Wow.
Who won it?
Yeah, the Urbanski brothers are in Sugarland.
Matt's son won it?
Does Camille have a limp?
Oh my God.
She's looking.
You guys have me on audio?
Okay on our end.
Are you able to patch me in on audio?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell.
Yeah. A little tricky. All right, what do you think? 5 hours, 57 minutes, and how many seconds? What's
36.
your guess? 36.
How about you? Just take the over or the under.
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 We'll see.
What did I say? 57:36.
57:36.
I'll write that down so that I don't forget.
If anyone in the chat wants to throw in any guesses for Camille's exact split through 50 miles, let us know.
Maybe we can get a little bit of a chat vote. Are they taking the over or the under?
Yeah,
On
over or under?
5:57:36.
5:57:36 for 50 miles.
Justin in the chat, I heard the gummy snake is illegal in 26 states plus DC.
Oh boy. Camille doing it. We got an under. 1 vote for under. I just can't feel bad if I voted over. Gotta support Camille.
Yeah, but it's like, oh, it could have been 5:57:40. That's still really good, you know?
You're a doubter, Matt. How could you?
Well, I mean, I predict the push, right? Like,
Yes. Oh, we got more unders. Team under. Let's see. Got a mile and a half for in 11 minutes to be under. Good. I'm seeing it.
I haven't seen a single overvote yet. We are closing in. What do we have? 1.25 miles to go.
Trying to figure out where she is on the track. Oh, there she is.
She is about to enter the back stretch on the track here. And Chris Warden is coming over.
Oh boy, Matt Blitz is saying he's going with the over just so we have a villain. Well, Matt appreciates the support.
And there you see Camille coming past the screen here. Here you see Jimmy Strayhorn coming through.
Very close. 5:57.36. Yes.
What is that? Is that the one that's 5:59?
It's not the. It's the age group, not. Okay.
We thought it was the overall track 50 mile.
I don't think it's overall. I think
You
it's
think it's age group?
Yeah. Let me go verify now.
Man, everyone's taking. Joining in.
A little update on the World Cup in the chat. France up 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty good.
Are you Team France?
They're just good. You know? Even Charles Barkley knows some players on the French team. He can't pronounce their names, but here you see Marissa Lysak and Jimmy Strayhorn here coming through.
All right, less than a mile for Camille, and she's still cruising along. Her last lap, one of the fastest of the days, 1:44. She is looking strong on the back stretch there. Derek throwing some love for Team Run Run. All are welcome at Team Run Run. Chad on the Grand Slam this year overall. Okay, that makes sense why it was at Vermont 100 then. Going for that Grand Slam. Nicely done, Chad. It's a busy calendar. All right. We're not even going to get the exact time here, you know?
We'll have to keep our eyes out.
Yeah. Just need some suspense for a bit. Connor on the move. I'll make sure to give you guys a 6-hour update quarter way through the race in a little bit after see Camille get through.
And she's got 1 lap remaining. It's going to be pretty close.
Oh boy. It's fun. We could do more of this. I'm
I
like
know.
getting excited.
Hey, Matt, it's open. Yeah.
All right. That's good.
And we did get confirmation that Camille is chasing the open 50-mile track American record. So it is not an age group record, although I would assume that
She also
it,
gets
it would also be the age group record, obviously, right? Not rocket science there, but yeah, she is chasing the overall record. Looks like she is gonna get it pretty comfortably, but it also looks like she is gonna hit the over as
Don't
well.
say it.
So yeah, as she is approaching the start-finish area, we'll see if we can get eyes on the Chris Warden cam here in just a second, as Camille is about to approach. As she passes our broadcast booth, she's going to be approaching that 50-mile mark. She will hit the over, but she will be under 5 hours and 58 minutes. And there you see it, 5:57:40 something. Don't know the exact time, but these will be pending ratification, as we all are likely aware of that process now.
Look at all those stopwatches.
Look at all those stopwatches is right.
See our friend Mike Melton, our resident timer. The yellow shirt there. Best in the business.
He's repping his Ancient Oaks 100-mile t-shirt. I believe he is the race director for Ancient Oaks down in Florida. So shout out to the great Mike Melton. $5:57:46 is what I'm seeing there.
Nice. So she was a good, the
About
previous
90
record
seconds
was
almost, right?
5:59:11. So not too shabby at all. Randy Young says lightsaber time.
And I believe that Camille is not currently on the track. So she may be, after getting that record, she may be regrouping a little bit, especially if she is going to get back out there for the 100-mile record. I mean, she's got just under 7 hours to run 50 miles after just running under 6 hours. So, but yeah, we'll keep our eyes on that. Not sure if she's regrouping or, yeah, what she's doing, but as always, we'll, yeah, maybe she's celebrating with some lightsaber time, Randy. Who knows? But we do have Chris Warden making his way over.
This is going to be a few minutes. So I just got done speaking with Connor a few moments before Camille hit the record. And as she was coming by, she actually asked for a table. And she is okay, but she definitely needed to take a break. I think that she is still in good shape to get back out on the course. Spoke with Connor, and the way that they look at it is that she has a 10-minute cushion against the 100-mile or 100K track record. So they're
that's
still
the next thing in their minds is the 100K.
Absolutely.
record.
They're definitely looking at laddering up, basically. I mean, they, like I said, you know, Camille wants to scoop the pot. And they're approaching things maybe a little bit differently than they would normally, but because they're trying to make a full day of it as opposed to, quote, the fast 100, I mean, she's obviously going for the fast 100, but she wants it all. So I think that this was actually potentially built into their plan. Like maybe it wasn't, you know, entirely what they wanted, but at the same time, Connor didn't seem really all that concerned.
Not cause for concern as of right now.
No. They're just going to have her take a quick, you know, it sounds like just a couple-minute break, and then the plan is to get her back out on the course. So just wanted to give you a heads up on that. She is lying down. I did have footage of that, but I don't think that this is something that's going to derail her day. Just wanted to give you a heads up.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris.
The open 100K track record?
I believe so, yeah.
Matt in the chat, me taking the over clearly broke Camille's morale. Matt, I think that she actually just cares so much about your opinion that she wanted to make sure that you were right. Also, I wasn't that far off. I just want to say,
Yeah.
like, I predicted to the second, and I was only 11 seconds off. That's pretty good.
It's pretty good. All right, well, we're just past 6 hours in the Desert Solstice 24 hours, so we'll give you a little update, I think, being quarter way through the race. So Camille still in the lead, taking a little break, but having just reached 50 miles. 16 laps back, we have Andrew Skurka with 45, almost 46 miles. And yeah, our top 5 remains unchanged. So far.
Yeah, I mean, Amanda Nelson was at 6 hours and 1 minute. She was at 44 miles. That's pretty good when your goal is 148.
Yeah.
You know, that's on pace to run north of 170. That pace would be. Obviously, there's always going to be a little bit of degradation, but... And Jeff Garmeyer in the chat says that Matt wins. So.
Yeah, Team Matt.
Yep, Team Matt always, first name buddies. I wonder if Jeff is familiar with Andrew Skurka. Jeff Garmeyer, a legend in the thru hiking world, holding a number of FKTs on self-supported long trail efforts. And maybe unsupported. I don't know the difference that much, so Jeff can correct me in the chat, but wonder if he's familiar with Andrew Skurka at all, who is out here absolutely crushing it right now. 6 hours in, it feels like the party's just getting started, you know?
It is. It's music, it's starting to build.
Yeah, I mean, it's great.
Uh,
Oh, you mean Paul Revere? Is that his nickname?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Please educate us. The outside,
What
what
if Paul Revere is his trail name?
Yeah. Be a unique one.
We just saw Kaylee Demersion come past on your screen and now past our broadcast booth. She's still running pretty strong.
Where is Jeff in the chat?
Free outside is Jeff Garmeyer.
Okay. Should have known. What is the snack spread? No snacks here currently. He does believe it's Skurka's trail name. I want to hear the story behind that.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can get Skurka on after his 100-mile finish later this evening to talk about his trail name. So, Jeff, I hope that you'll join us back in the live stream chat later as we talk to Mr. Skurka. Hopefully.
Roughly 7 to 8 hours from now.
Well, I think he's hoping 7, right?
He's hoping 7, yep. But, you know, I'm giving him cushion not for his race, but just recover, maybe take a shower, come back.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Maybe we should just yell the question at Skurka the next time he runs through it. Hey, is your trail nickname Paul Revere?
Jeff said, please ask him. I think he never mentions it. All right. We'll dig deep on this interview. Let us know any other hard-hitting questions we should
yeah, maybe we can get our investigative journalist, Chris Warden, on this one at some point. You know, he might be investigating other pressing needs at the moment, but...
Check this record tracker.
Looks like Pete Kostelnick there, still moving strong as well.
He sure is. Yeah, he's projected at 160 plus miles, given his current pace. Not sure his entire intentions today. He does want to go for the full 24 hours, but I don't think he has any necessarily specific goal in mind. Just be out there the whole time and give himself a shot at competing. Yes, they change directions every 4 hours, and it is indeed an exciting time on the track. I guess one of the most eventful moments for many of these athletes. Often
It does look like Camille Herron is back out on the track.
Awesome. Good to see it. Yeah, so we'll see what where things go with Camille from here. I know she's got the 100K, I think, open track record in mind. We'll try to figure out what exactly that is. But she's got, I think, a decent cushion on that currently. So yeah, just taking them one record at a time. So Camille took about a 12-minute break, but she's back out there. We'll see what she comes through her next lap. Split in, see if she's back, running similar paces to before her 50-mile open track record of 5:57 and 46 or 47 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like that 100K track record is 7:36:39.
Oh, yeah?
Just held by Camille from here at Desert Solstice in.
How long does your break end up being? 12 minutes? Oh, for sure, yeah. It's not like it's 50 seconds. Good job, Whitney. Way to get back out here.
She was in 7th overall for a point. She fell back to 10th. She's back up to 7th, and she's, not that far behind Jeff Browning in terms of, moving up to 6th overall.
Yeah, she's right there. And also, there's Amanda Nelson going by. I know the two Canadians have made it clear they're seeking that Canadian 24-hour record. Or at least right now, it's kind of a tortoise in the hare with Amanda Nelson out at 185 laps and Victoria Brown 22 laps behind her. But there's still a long way to go. It could very well be a tortoise in the hare type of deal.
Yeah, I mean, Amanda Nelson's pace is very ambitious.
It is.
Right?
It is. Yeah.
And so I think it was, her pace was for 170 plus miles through 6 hours. Obviously, you're going to have natural degradation and slowing down, right? But, if she ran that pace 4 times over, she would have hit 170 plus miles. She's only aiming to run 148 plus,
Yeah.
So it puts in perspective.
Only
like
148 plus.
Well, relative. Yeah. Her PR is about 141, I think. So 148 seems potentially doable. I do wonder how this early pace through the day is going to come back to her,
Do we have sound? I heard we got a little check the chords from Randy. I think we're good.
Yeah, the chat will definitely let us know.
And you called it, Matt. Camille with each successive lap after her break is looking like herself again.
Yep. Yeah, so in the chat, let us know if our audio is back. But yeah, sound is back.
Excellent.
The beauty of being out on site in the middle of the desert here.
Thank you, Rob and Sam, for letting us know. Still impressed. That watching Bob Hearn and his run walk is just fantastic. He sticks to his plan.
Well, he's so intelligent, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely.
But he's so analytical with it. I think that Bob likely had a big influence. He wants to negative split, and so this is what he wants to do or needs to do in order to achieve that. And I think that Bob Hearn, like his analytical mind, I think really helped influence Nick from an early stage in terms of like pacing and things like that.
Absolutely. And then Nick's taking it to, a little bit more of a next level with his negative splits and extending it to the trails and even some of the more technical trails. We'll be excited to see him back at Hard Rock in 2023. I remember running with Nick in 2016. Early in Hard Rock, we went down the backside of Grant Swamp Pass together, and we chatted a bit about his approach. His heart barely over 100 beats a minute on his heart rate monitor. I didn't believe him until he showed me. That was at 12,000 feet.
Yeah. There we have Micah Morgan, a beast coaster.
Indeed.
Alabama native, I believe.
Yeah.
It's awesome to see. There's a lot of representation here at Desert Solstice from the East Coast.
Right. Who was it? Peter Strickland from Georgia. I've got a group of friends in Georgia. He was the winner of the Chief Ladiga 100, which is a flat and fast bike trail 100 back east. So it's nice to see the Beast Coast out here. well represented.
Yep.
And of course, the Georgia Peach himself, Patrick Reagan, not running, but he's got a lot of his trainees out here and providing great support. Oh, there we go. Bob Hearn's taking a layer off.
Well, yeah, he's wearing
way
a lot
more
clothes.
clothes than Javelina.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. And there you see Camille coming through. Camille is looking strong once again. She's over 52 miles now.
Yeah, you have to imagine coming off a 12-minute laydown. You know, you're either going to snap back out of it or you're not. You know, but you get a couple 3 laps out of it, your rhythm's back in. And
yeah, well, and she's probably, some of it is also probably like reframing your mindset around it, right? Like she was running minute 45 and minute 46 laps for those first 50 miles. She doesn't need to do that anymore, right? Like, so she can now run a minute 50s, a minute 51s. And, like, that's a really, really good pace for what she's trying to do.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, her laps since she got back out have been, you know, 149, 148, 149, 149, 150, 149. You know, so she's, you know, right back probably where she wants. And those splits might even be maybe not on the quicker side for what she's trying to do, right? Because she's now chasing the 100K open track American record. But like, if she just decided to skip over that and was just focused on the 100-mile record, it's like,
she wouldn't need to be doing this.
Yeah, she could even slow down even a little bit more, just because she ran a sub 6-hour first 100-miler. Like she only, you know, has to run, you know, a little bit under 7 hours for her next 100-miler to get that, or next 50-mile to get that record. So.
Free outside. Describe Bob Hearn's Javelina outfit. Well, let's just, without at the risk of describing it, were photos of it to appear on the internet at my school, it would be filtered out. And even while we were in the midst of the live stream, our man out at Jackass Junction got a good shot of the backside of Bob. And we immediately had to cut away from it so that we didn't lose our YouTube license or some such thing like that.
He describes it, free outside. Jeff Garmeyer is who that is in the chat, describes it as cheeky.
Cheeky. Very nice, Jeff. Indeed, it was cheeky. Jake, super solid, consistent.
Yeah, I mean, he's having a really strong run.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. Well, we did see. Oh, audio gone.
Yep, and we are back.
No, I'd say Bob is being relatively conservative with his clothing today. He's changing shirts.
Yeah, I mean, Bob's being very modest.
Yeah.
Is the way I would put it. But he's running, you know, he's sticking to his race. He doesn't really worry about much else other than, you know, what he's trying to accomplish, right? Like, Bob Hearn doesn't care that he's in 24th place currently.
Not at all.
Bob Hearn cares that he is hitting the splits that he has decided will get him to the point he wants to get
Right,
to.
and I think that's he's 55, 56, I believe.
Yeah, 57.
57. So indeed, he's probably looking at that 55 to 59 record.
Yep, I believe that that is Bob's goal. We had a note on it somewhere, but that note
went away. But I'm pretty sure
I
that's
believe that's what he's looking at.
What we got, yeah.
There you see on your screen Olivier LeBlanc coming through.
Still, by the way, even though we're getting into the afternoon, just ever so slight wisp of wind that you can see on the top of the goalpost flags. The American flag at the end of the track not moving at all. So, as is typically the case here at Desert Solstice, the weather conditions are just about perfect.
There we saw Jeff Browning just come through here, still having himself a really strong run.
Yeah, I think many people who were wondering how Jeff, with his incredible mountain pedigree and how he would do in something so flat and consistent, I think, 6+ hours in, we have the answer. Just fine, thank you very much.
There just went Amanda Nelson, went by our broadcast booth just a few moments ago, and her lap splits are have been fairly consistent for the last hour-ish, running between 2:15 and 2:17. Some splits a little bit faster, but she's still running really strong. She looks really good every time she comes by too, which is good.
Yeah, she really does.
And there you see Victoria Brown and Jimmy Strayhorn on screen there.
Olivier getting a slight couple of lap lead over Jeff Browning over this last 20 minutes or so. And Marissa chipping along, kind of closing in on Jeff.
Hey guys, got a couple of quick snippets for you from up and down pit row. First of all, Connor seems to think that Camille is back on track. She is now tracking about 35 to 40 seconds over the 100K time, but that is a definite improvement from where she was just a few minutes ago. So she's definitely moving back the way that they expect her to. So it'll be a close charge for her to try and hit the track open 100K American record here coming up. Also, Whitney Richmond was dealing with some abdominal issues, some GI issues, and took some time away from the course, but she is now back out there, not moving especially fast, but she has been on and off, so hopefully she has gotten those issues resolved and is able to resume what she was going for. She did have some pretty lofty goals for today, so I don't know if those are going to be possible, but at the same time, I'd like to see her at least rally back, because she had a tough race here last year too as well, due to some asthma issues popping up. So that, and also an update on the gummy snake. It was something that Matt Urbanski's son had won at a Halloween costume party. He had the best costume, and so they gave him a 20-pound gummy snake.
Wow.
Thank you, Chris, our man on the ground.
20 pounds.
Making himself well known to those pit crews. And For those of you who don't know Chris Warden, he is one of the great stalwarts of our Aravaipa team, the host of the Wednesday night group runs every Wednesday year-round around the valley with social hour afterwards. Just a great guy. Got a 100-mile finish at Hennepin a couple of months ago, and is one of the great ambassadors of the Southwest ultra running scene, and is probably going to spend the next several hours continuing to ply the crew tents for information before taking the mic for the witching hour.
Yep, for Aravaipa After Dark.
For Aravaipa After Dark. Yeah. Chris and I in our matching outfits. I heard Matt and Patrick commenting about that, if we were like a couple of middle school kids that had planned our outfits
So
the night
I didn't
before.
know that you had actually planned your outfits the day before. That's what's funny.
And guilty as charged, I texted Chris and said, hey, you still have that Aravaipa hoodie thing? Why don't we be matchy-matchy? And here you go. So
You'll also be you'll be happy to know, AJW, that we had a PD Pops reference in the chat.
Beautiful.
Earlier.
That's good.
I had to tell the story of how you still probably have no clue who PD Pablo is.
I know. I dated myself pathetically there, but those of you who are watching and wondering, in the Javelina live stream, I got outed for my lack of pop culture know-how in a very severe way. So thank you for continuing to humiliate me about that. It is a beautiful day around the track of Central High School. I will say that.
It is.
Resident of the Valley, we had some rain on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week, and it kind of brought a little bit of the humidity back. So even though there was cloud cover, for the valley, it got humid. And today, not a hint. I don't know what the relative humidity is, but it's got to be less than 20%. And aside from a few wispy clouds that probably wouldn't even block the sun, it is clear. Andrew Skurka with an impressive run. Just went by our broadcast booth again.
And we just saw Allison Allen from Barbados come past the screen, and she's coming past our broadcast booth here. She's having a really strong run as well. One of, I believe, 3 international runners. Yep, 3 international runners, so shout out to her. 2 Canadians. Allie Allen from Barbados.
Well, fans, I am going to sign off here for a few minutes, give the mic back to our good friend Patrick, who's been on the mic most of the time here with Matt. As I mentioned, my mom's coming to town for a few weeks from escaping the cold of Massachusetts, and I've got to pick her up at the airport, but I will be back here. I'm going to actually bring her over to see what's going on. I think she'll get a kick out of it. Awesome. And so we'll see you in a bit.
Yep, my pleasure, AJW.
All right.
And here we've got our men's leaderboard here.
Fancy.
Pulling up on screen. Patrick is back. He got his break in for the day. 5 minutes, union break. And there you have our ladies leaderboard there for 24 hours. That was just up on the screen. There you see Jordan Camastro and Camille Herron.
Did you discuss the worst GI issue ever
No,
witnessed?
I specifically ignored that question.
Oh, no.
Out of fear for the memories it might bring up.
It's a pretty epic one here at Desert Solstice that if anyone was on the live stream back in 2018.
18? Yeah.
Oswaldo Lopez. You couldn't see it, but you could hear it. I'll say that much. We were up in the booth, and all of a sudden, Jamil was like cracking up. He like couldn't hide it, you know. It was. We both felt bad for him, and it was. And then we started getting all these comments in the live chat. What is that noise? So that goes down in the memory books
Jan
for me.
Springer just ran by there. She's having a really good run today as well. Shout out to our good friends over at Koros for helping make this live stream possible. If you're looking for a new GPS watch, head on over to Koros.com. They are currently running a promotion where if you buy a new watch, you get a free pair of arm sleeves. So again, head on over to Koros.com. Some of the best GPS watches in the industry. Best battery life. Go and check them out. And we do have runners coming over on your screen there. Looks like Andrew Skurka is maybe just having a little bit of looks like an unplanned walk break based on the hands on the hips. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but we'll keep everyone up to date. Jake Jackson coming by looking strong, mustache looking fresh. Allison Allen right there behind him. There you see Jan Springer coming by. The Woodland Hills, California native. She is closing in on 45 miles. Meanwhile, Camille Herron just came through. She's cranking her laps back off in a pretty good rhythm now, hitting 148, 149 consistently. She's closing in on 55 miles. Again, her next big checkpoint will be that 100K open track American record,
which she currently holds.
She currently holds. That is correct. And that record is 7 hours, 36 minutes, and 39 seconds.
Nice. I think you were saying she ran that here in
2017. Sarah, is there a DJ with disco lights at night or nah? You'll have to ask Chris Warden what he has planned for the Aravaipa After Dark segment. Because I'm not 100% sure. But we will see.
Fireworks.
Fireworks is what he has planned.
I saw some on my run last night. Wasn't sure if are they like legal here around here?
I don't know.
Someone asked if they switched running directions. They did once. They will switch another time at what, 4 p.m. I think. Yeah, they will.
Yep, they'll switch every 4 hours. So
Okay.
in about 75 minutes, they will do a little switcheroo. You know, I'm just glad that one of the Urbanski brothers is still wearing the cat eating pizza shirt. We've got a petition in the chat from Sarah for Rob Ricardo to DJ. I haven't. There we have. Do you know which Urbanski is the taller of the two Urbanskis?
I do not.
I want to say the taller one is Jeff, but I don't know. I don't know for sure, but we will try to look at his bib. He's commonly referred to as just Cat Shirt Urbanski, but love to give him a proper name. And there's a pack of runners coming through right now. There you see Mandy Holmes and Jeff Browning coming through right there. Camille just came by again. She's still looking really strong.
Sure do.
I'm still smiles, so. What are we doing?
Pop these fellas on.
Okay. Where am I sitting?
You can sit right here, and we'll see if we can get the studio cam up as well, as we are joined by the great Andrew Skurka, ladies and gentlemen. So
Are we looking into this camera here?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you can look wherever you want. And so first, I won't start with the question that I want to ask you first.
I think we know what question that is, but go ahead.
I will start with probably the important question is,
Yeah.
why are you sitting here talking to me right now?
I'm done. Yeah, I'm done.
What's going on?
So I hit, let's see, I don't know what I hit like 40 miles, had like a really good blister go on my big toe, and like, which started the downward spiral.
Yep.
So I was like, for like 35, I was like, just really smooth. Like, what was I doing? I was doing like $1.50 quarters. A little hot, but like, you know, that's kind of easy run pace anyway, so it felt pretty natural. So then the blisters hit, and then the race kind of hit me too at the same time, because at that point you're in 40 miles. Like, I don't care if you
it is. We're sorry about that. Yeah, we have the live chat pulled up right in front of us, so as we work through some of these audio issues, we are monitoring it. We will bring Andrew back on a little bit later to kind of go through the interview once again. So, again, we appreciate each and every one of you for keeping us on our toes here and for tuning in. And fear not, my friends, we will make sure that we get you that incredible conversation once again a little bit later. So thank you so much. Yeah, the audio should be fixed now. If you can hear us, let us know in the chat. Otherwise, we will kind of continue troubleshooting the audio on our end here. Well, based on Ruth's reaction in the chat, sounds like we have audio back. And
Awesome.
no, thank you, Jeff, for tuning in, and thanks for everyone for letting us know. Again, we'll make sure that we get Mr. Skurka back on a little bit later to kind of go through that story of, you know, why he was ending his day, to sum it up so that everyone's not living in suspense for the next few hours. He had a blister that came up. He said about 40 miles in. I'm not sure the exact time, but it popped. He, you know, started to feel it more and more each lap. Tried to walk some laps to mentally get through it, and just basically said the juice isn't worth the squeeze right now. You know, you do, if you're in his position, you're risking overuse injury if you're just gutting it out, and that's not why he came here for, right? Like, he didn't come here to see how far he could grind 24 hours. He came here to run a fast 100-miler, and he felt like that wasn't in the cards yet anymore. So he called today. His main training partner is Jeff Urbanski, who's still out there. Record is 7:36:39, and so she came through about 57 miles with in 6:58:37, so about 38 minutes to spare, and she needs to go, what, 5 miles in 38 minutes roughly?
Mm-hmm.
A little bit over 5 miles, so yeah, it's gonna be pretty close, but She is running pretty well. Again, I mean, most of her more recent laps have been, well, I mean, her last, yeah, I mean, she's running 146s, 147s for her last, like, 9 laps, so she's having herself a day.
So yeah, at this point we're 7 hours into the race. We can give you an update on the leaderboard. As Matt mentioned, Camille currently she's hit 57.16 with 7 hours elapsed. With Andrew dropping out at 50. We have Amanda Nelson, who just took second in the leaderboard with 50.45, currently 27 laps behind Camille. And Jacob Jackson now in third on the same lap as Amanda with 50 and a half miles. And Olivier LeBlanc moved up, as well as Marissa Lysak is in 5th overall, 3rd woman with 49.7 miles. Jeff Browning has moved back in the field a little bit. He is currently in 7th, 33 laps behind Camille. We got a message from our infield reporter from Browning saying it's too flat, which is both a joke and also serious in that, like, I think that, I'm sure, creates its own challenge for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not used to this type of race, which is why it was so interesting to see him on the starting line, right?
Yeah.
Is, you know, Jeff said he wants to try new things, but it's also, it's more than that. It's getting outside of your comfort zone as an athlete, right? And as an individual. Like, this is the opposite of what Jeff Browning does, right?
Yeah.
And for him to, you know, be out here and to be racing in such a competitive field and really competing, I think is really awesome to see, as we just saw Camille go by there moments ago.
Yeah, and in the same year that he's run, I mean, he ran Moab 240 a little while ago, Hard Rock. Like, it's not like he's dedicated a year of flatter, faster stuff. I mean, he's switching over pretty quick. Jeffrey asks, is this Bronco's first 24-hour in Desert Solstice? It's definitely his first Desert Solstice. I presume it's his first, 24-hour timed event as well.
I would assume so, right? I mean, I guess technically I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty certain that that's the case.
Yeah, he's dropping back a bit now. He's actually moved down into 10th. So I think he might be, see if he's on the track currently, or maybe stepped off to take a little break.
Yeah, I haven't seen him come past, and it's been a little bit.
Okay.
So he may be either, you know, using the restroom or getting some attention from crew, regrouping, things like that, which are all important pieces to, you know, the 24-hour game, right?
Yeah, and you want to take care of stuff early before it becomes into a bigger problem. Ooh, someone got a shake or something. Dunkin' Donuts, me Starbucks.
Yeah, I think that was, might have been Mandy Holmes. She's been getting shaker smoothies throughout the day.
Well, it keeps you cool.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Camille is almost determined to get this 100K record at this point. She's clicking off, 146 low splits now. Which is crazy after we saw her hit the 50-mile mark, and she seemed pretty tired.
Something similar happened back in, I think it was 2018, with her 24-hour record, where she took kind of a substantial break, and people thought that was it, and then she came back and proved folks wrong. So I'm not surprised. Definitely, taking that time was wise, and glad she's back out there. So yeah, she's got about, 4.5 miles and 33 minutes to break her 100K track open record of 7:36:39.
question in the chat from Jeffrey. Will that break she took have any negative effects for going after the 100K record? I think it just made it closer, right?
Yeah,
Like I think she
it's
had
a
a
little
10-minute
closer.
gap, and now it's going to be plus or minus a minute. She's basically going to be kind of like right on, really having to get after it to get the record. But yeah, I mean, she had a massive lead over the 100K record at 50 miles, right?
Yeah.
And so
Pretty wild. Her last 2 laps were by the millisecond. Same. 1 minute 46 seconds. Yeah, 46.7 seconds exactly. Talk about even splits. Coffee Jack.
yeah, very interesting. Whitney Rickman was running by with a puffy jacket on.
I think she had taken a bit of a break. Yeah, she was on the side of the track lying down for a bit, so good to see her back out there. Wasn't sure if that was her day or
And
not.
there is Jeff Browning just passing our commentary booth there.
Yeah, so Whitney took a 48-minute break on lap 151 with and then just got back out there. So from 6 hours and 15 minutes to 7 hours on the clock, she was off the track. But it seems like she got reinvigorated.
Just saw Camille come by. Once again, she is chasing that 100K open track American record, which she owns. And in breaking news, our second place overall runner is now Amanda Nelson. She has passed Jacob Jackson for second place overall. Jacob Jackson's in third overall, and he's leading the males. Olivier LeBlond is in fourth overall and is second place male, and then Marissa Lizak is now up into fifth overall. I'm just going to throw this out in the world. We aren't far away from an all-female overall podium right now.
I know. I wouldn't be. Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised. What mile is Jake at? Jake is at 51.44.
Yep.
207 laps. 28 laps back of Camille. It's a lot of laps.
That is quite a few laps, isn't it?
Good thing someone else keeps track of them. When I ran a marathon on the track, I had to keep track of them myself.
Oh.
And I was so worried that I was gonna forget a lap or add one.
And there comes Kaylee Demersion on your screen there. She's having herself a pretty solid run as well. She's slowly closing in on the 50-mile mark here.
Comment, some of those runners are doing a fast pace for going for 100 miles or 24 hours. Yes, they sure are. Yeah, Camille, I mean, her intentions going into the day were sub 12-hour, 41-minute 100. So that is, to put it simply, very fast.
Yeah.
I think, I'm not sure the average pace on that. I think around 7:30s maybe. And then we have several runners looking for 160 plus miles in 24 hours. So going out fast, but a lot of them, you know, they're in it for the long haul. Yeah, so were runners invited to participate in this event, or did they all sign up like everyone else? So this is an invite-only event, but you apply, so there's certain standards to get in, some minimum standards to be met, an A standard and a B standard for the men and women, and if you meet those standards, then you can get entry into the event. But yeah, the field started with 25 runners, and I think they try to keep it under 30, just to keep the track from getting too crowded.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, right, is you're putting all these runners onto a 400-meter stretch of track. You know, you can only it can only handle so many people.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, like 6 days at the Dome, for example, I think that's an open race. So there's people of all distances, all speeds, and I know Zach Bitter has run there often, and you know he's adding some serious mileage when he's having to go around runners every couple of minutes. Go Jeff Adams in the chat. Any idea what Ultras Bronco's wearing? I think he was wearing the Ultra Torrens. Not sure which version, but that's what it looked like. So kind of their moderate cushion road trainers.
And Camille is now...
Wow, she just dropped a 142 lap.
She is just over 5K away from this 100K open track American record for the women.
She ran her fastest lap of the day, I think.
I mean, she's looking really strong.
Yeah.
Towards the end of that first 50 miles, she was starting to look like she was maybe struggling a little bit. Now she looks good.
Yeah, did we hear from Chris what exactly she did in those 10-minute break?
No, we will
try to get some of that.
Yeah, we'll see if our investigative reporter Chris Warden can find that information out for us.
What are the secrets?
Yeah, what
was
happened?
it a taco?
What happened during that stretch?
Yeah, tacos are one of her.
And Chris Warden is going to join the commentary desk here for a minute so that I can have a little break ski, you know. Pat got his 5-minute union break, so Chris is going to take over for a little bit. Awesome. And he's going to bless us all. You will now get to see Chris Warden's shirt. I think that you got to see AJW's shirt earlier, but here he is, Chris Warden, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back to the booth, Chris.
Thank you. It is great to be here. I'll tell you what, this setup this year, as I've told people who have watched our Desert Solstice coverage before, we've come a long way in a short time. You know, the very first year we were up in the booth, up at the top of the stadium, and we were aiming a camera at a laptop in order to get a leaderboard. Now it's, hey, Blaine, can you give us that overlay package with the really cool graphics and the picture of the runner? And it's completely changed. And like now we're able to be trackside and have this great setup, have a production team, and it enables me to do what I love, and that's cover the races and really be right up against it. I love being trackside and kind of zooming in and out with a handheld camera, even just using a camera phone. It's still really cool, and I hope that I've gotten some great footage and some great shots of what we're covering here at Desert Solstice. These are all great athletes, and I like to try and give everybody at least a couple moments in the sun and on the broadcast. I've been up and down pit row, of course, over the course of the day, and one of the things I've noticed over today's broadcast is that if you had asked me an hour and a half ago how everyone was doing, I would say that largely, 90 to 95% of everybody was doing great. That's not the case right now.
Things have started to turn a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely become a different story here over the last hour or so. As we mentioned, Andrew Skurka, who was blowing up the course in terms of his pursuit for a fast 100, called it a day at mile 50. Whitney Richmond has done her best to stay on the course as much as possible, but she's definitely encountered some struggles. Micah Morgan, another strong runner who has put up big numbers here, done great things at Badwater. She has gone back and forth. Camille having to take some time to lie down. Jeff Browning having to sit down. And as you got the message from me, he literally told me, this is too flat.
It's like a Killian expression there. It's too flat.
Yeah, and so to see all of these runners, in a lot of cases, now having to work through issues that they weren't trying to work through before, there are still some people moving very strongly and having a good day. Camille is still having a good day.
Yeah, I was going to ask, with her little break there, what exactly did she take advantage of in that time?
When she was lying down, it was simply just trying to get some extra fluids in her and just kind of trying to rest up. Now, when she entered that break, she had about a 10-minute cushion on her pursuit of the 100K world record, or 100K American track record.
Yep.
Sorry. But she ended up being down for about 11, 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Which put her a minute or two behind. I just spoke with her crew right before I came over here, and she was back to within striking distance, meaning 10, 15 seconds off.
Yep.
So she's in good shape right now. Another runner Marissa Lizak, has been consistent and fantastic all day long. I am really curious to see how her day progresses. She's always been very strong. She puts up big numbers here every year.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I spoke with her crew person, and her crew chief said that one of the things that she did was hook up with Camille and Connor about getting her nutrition under control. Last year, she did have a big number. I want to say she had over 140, but at the very end, it was hard to watch. It was very hard to watch because she was cramping up and barely even able to keep upright. But it seems like she's in good shape here today. Other runners that seem like they're having a good day so far. Jordan Camastro has been moving very well. Pete Kostelnick, actually, I mentioned to his crew that it's been a few years since Pete's put up big numbers here. Pete, of course, had the course record prior to Nick Curry in 2021, but it had been a few years since Pete had put up a big 24-hour number here, and he looks primed to do it again. Obviously, he's been very frank about his struggles in terms of trying to keep himself at a high level, but he's out what we can hear here in just a little bit.
Good.
Looks
All
like
right.
our audio is back.
All right, let us know if not. But yeah, Chris, you were just mentioning the two Canadian women,
Yes.
Amanda and Victoria.
Yeah, Amanda and Victoria, I feel like at first my reaction was, oh, it's going to be, pretty intense. But then I also realized that a rising tide is going to lift all boats in that situation. Victoria and, I'm sorry, it was
Amanda.
Victoria and Amanda are going to push each other up to that range where they're actually hitting that, hitting those numbers. I believe it's 238 kilometers is
Yep.
the Canadian women's
I think
record.
148 miles and change.
I hope that these runners are able to hit these goals. Everybody that I talked to, and I talked to pretty much either every runner or every crew, and they all seem to be shooting for 24-hour goals with a couple of exceptions. So if we're able to see some of these runners' days come to the fruition that they hope for, then we're going to have some big numbers when all is said and done. I would love to see 5+ runners hit 150 miles the way we did a few years ago at 2018.
I think what's super neat about this event too is there are so many different goals that runners can shoot for. Like, suppose to your typical race where it's just like finisher place or maybe a PR at the distance.
Sure.
But here there's so many sub distances, sub goals like that are all part of the bigger picture. But yeah, I just feel like that really helps with the motivator factor of just, oh, maybe it's not, I don't know, there's always room to adjust.
Definitely.
And I think that's pretty neat.
One of the cool things, I mean, a few years ago, Christina Pham was coming out here to drop a fast 50K and 50 mile. She was zipping around the track so quickly that I was confused because it was actually one of the first years I'd been out here. I said, she can't possibly expect to keep this up. She didn't intend to.
No, yeah.
Not at all. Sometimes runners are going for a fast 100, and you can even tell in that regard. The sheer distance, or the sheer difference rather, in the pace and the cadence for a runner that's going for a fast 100 versus a 24-hour is staggering. Like, you don't realize until you see it in person. Like, if you see somebody like a Mark Hammond, who's not here today, but Olivier going for a fast 100, they're going for a fast 100. Whereas the 24-hour runner seems to be a little bit more reserved, a little bit more subdued in most cases. So it makes a huge difference, because if you figure the fastest runners in the field that are shooting for, if they were shooting for a fast 100, they're going to look at a 13 to 14-hour 100-mile run. Well, obviously if they were to try and go beyond that, for another 10, 11 hours, it would be kind of interesting to see, like, if somebody were to go for that fast 100 and then...
Yeah, just how sustainable that is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we might be seeing that today with Camille.
Yep.
I think that she is genuinely going for every potential record in sight. And one thing I've noticed about her last few laps that I've seen her smile is starting to come back a little bit. I can see... there was a time maybe about 30 minutes ago, 60 minutes ago, where it was more of a grimace or a wince than a smile, but now she seems to be back and smiling again. So I'm hoping she's able to maintain that.
Yeah, let's check in where she's at. So 1.5 miles and 11-ish minutes for 1.5 miles. So still on track for that 100K. American Open track record. See if we got anything in the chat. When did it start? Well, we are 7.5 hours in at this point. We started
7:26, 17, 18. I'm keeping track of my miles that I covered today. I had set the over/under at 7.5. Right now I'm at 4.1, so I feel that the over is in play.
I think
Very
so.
strongly. I mean, we're only 7.5 hours in. Now, granted, in the middle of the night, I won't be out on the course doing as much follow filming as I was earlier today. But just, once we start to get to that 100-mile mark and Matt comes back, or if AJW, I don't know. We'll play it by ear, obviously, but we'll see. You know, I'll be back and forth as runners approach that 100-mile mark. I know exactly where on the track where it's got to be, and I do love being right there. One of my favorite things about covering this course is that everything is right in front of you. So if somebody is approaching the 100-mile mark, I can beat in on them and eyeball them, you know, in the laps leading up, and then I follow along with them, and I see them exactly hit that 100-mile mark, and then I pivot over to the race director and the timing assistants, and we get a literal real-time declaration of what their unofficial time is for the 100 miles. So, you know, and as I was able to do earlier, I just grabbed a stopwatch off the clipboard.
Yeah, that was great.
And put it on the camera.
Yeah, so you want to explain why the process for like with these records. I mean, we saw 4 or 5 stopwatches right there. Do you want to explain just what that process is of just verifying?
I'm still trying to understand it entirely myself, in all honesty, but they do want to have that redundancy and making sure that we've got as accurate of a time as possible, and to reinforce that time that we might be seeing on the clock here. I mean, it's official, but we don't have like when they cross the timing strip, the little bit of differentiation between the loop versus where they are on the track, that makes a difference. Because when you're talking about world-class athletes, seconds matter far more than people might realize. When I have these discussions with these crew people, they're talking about whether or not somebody is 10, 15 seconds off of a world record or off of a national record. In the case of that 50-mile marker that was just over to our left, they want to make sure that they've got 3-4 people hitting stopwatches to try and make sure that we've got an accurate time. And typically they're almost always within 2/100ths of a second of one another. So
looks like we got Nick here with an answer potentially.
Yes, thank you, Nick.
Records require 3 independent stopwatches started at the beginning of the race. Last thing you want is one to get bumped, so better have extras.
Yes, thank you, Nick.
So
far more succint and more accurate than I could ever hope to be on that.
No, but I think
of course,
you explained why.
Nick had an experience here last year, had the race of a lifetime. It was pretty amazing to witness Nick set a new American record in the 24-hour last year, eclipsing, in excess of 170 miles. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, no, he just continued to level up like every year.
Yes.
And it's just continually, it's great to see a really strong race at Javelina in October. What did he run there? He was
5th, I believe.
5th. Okay.
But, that speaks to what this sport has become as it evolves. When I first started running in ultras, people told me I was a baby at 35. That's not the case anymore. I mean, you're not a baby if you join the sport at 35. However, you've still got your prime ahead of you. Like, we're
see it today,
Yeah, we're witnessing masters level runners that are potentially going to drop 150 plus miles. With every mention of a national record or a world record that we talk about with somebody like Camille, that encapsulates the Masters age group as well, that 40 plus, because Camille turns 41 on Christmas. So we know that, at least in our experience, these runners are still in their late 30s, early 40s, still having good years. Jeff Browning has had a heck of a career over the last several years, having great results at Hard Rock and Western States and pretty much every other rugged race that he decides that he wants to grace with his presence. So, and Jeff is 51, I believe. So, we're still learning where the sweet spot is for a lot of these races. I believe Marissa Lysak is above 40 as well.
Yeah, 43 years old.
Yeah. Jake Jackson is another one, is in his mid to late 40s too. So these are U.S. national team members. Pam Smith, who's not racing today, but she's in her late 40s as well. These are all runners that are capable of great numbers, and they're all in their, the youngest runners I believe, are 26, 28.
26 and 28.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Strayhorn is the youngest male, I believe, at 29 or maybe 30.
29.
So there's.
Yeah, I mean, the youngest in the top 10 is I messed that up. 33 years old, Pat Hassler. He's the youngest in the top 10.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely a game that you can sustain and perform at a long level, or at a high level for a long time.
Especially these distances. Yeah, I think, as you get up in distance and go longer, there's a lot more variables at play than, say, a 50K or, yeah, there's just way more that comes into play. And I think the wisdom that comes with experience in the sport certainly plays a role in these events.
Well, my understanding always was, and this is purely anecdotal, was that runners started out running in cross country in high school and in college, and then they graduated to road 5Ks and 10Ks and half marathons and marathons. And then they either stopped running or they kept doing that, or they decided to try something different. And a few of them slipped into the ultra scene. And there was a natural progression, but by the time that runners aged out of being fast marathoners, they were in their late 30s, early 40s. So that's when a lot of them began their careers in this segment of the running world. And so that's why, I know Bob Hearn didn't start running ultras until he was in his mid to late 40s. I want to say he ran his first ultra, or first 100 miler after he was older than me. He was like 46, 47 years old the first time he ran 100 miles.
Wow.
And now, 10, 11 years later, he's one of the best in the country at it. So.
All right, well, we're about half a mile. Yeah, exactly half a mile out from Camille hitting the 100K mark.
It seems like she's moving faster. I don't know. Can you pull up her splits real quick?
Yep, yeah, let's see. So, yeah, dropping 146s pretty consistently with a few 145s in the mix. So she is holding steady. I presume the next 2 or 3 laps we'll see her maybe even go a little bit faster. But, yeah, she has 4 minutes on the clock for half a mile. So I think it is well within striking distance.
It'll be interesting to see if she does decide to continue on
from here, yeah.
Because...
Or maybe take another little break and then reset and get back out there. I mean, that's certainly doable. Like, it's not, I think
it's not ideal, but...
Yeah, not ideal, but she's shown, like, a couple times here, like, having those reset breaks has served her well, and she's been able to get back out there.
It speaks to how much there is still to learn in this aspect of the sport. Because if Camille is coming out here setting a national track 50-mile record, then going and taking a 7-minute lie down or 10-minute lie down, and then coming out and still, chasing after 100K and potentially 100-mile and beyond. Compare and contrast that with Nick Curry last year, basically never having a lap that took longer than 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Nick was the benchmark of consistency last year. He did not have a single mile that was over 9.5 minutes over the course of the entire 24 hours. He didn't have a lap that was over 2:59. Like, I think that is, it shows between, you compare and contrast that versus what Camille has done today, even taking one of the longest breaks on the course. I think that only a couple of runners have taken a longer break, and yet she's still putting down a big number here.
Yeah.
So,
do you know where the, because we'll see it in the next lap, where the 100K mark is?
I am not sure, but I believe we'll see some stopwatches gravitate towards it here real quickly. So.
Oh, she may have just hit it. I guess it may have been
was it over there to our right, perhaps?
Yeah, she just hit 62.13 in 7:35.50. So she is under her previous record.
We'll see if we can get an unofficial consensus from the stopwatches. And Camille is actually lying down again. She, I just saw her head back to where she had taken her previous break before. Interesting. So If she's at the 100K mark now, it is 7 hours and 37 minutes into the race.
Yeah, I mean, we can see on
So she's
our-
got just under or just over 5 hours now for
Here are her
what is-
projections for 12 hours. We don't have the 100-mile projection, but
so she's got 38 miles to go, and she's got just a hair over 5 hours to do it, because that was 12:41, 12:42, I believe. So, and we're at 7:37. So she's got about 5 hours and 4 minutes if she wants to go for her, go and reestablish a new world record, which I hope she does. With everything that's happened this year, she's had an incredible running year, but obviously, you know, the situation in Henderson is well documented. I don't think I need to go into that, but I would like to see her put a stamp on this and say, I'm leaving no doubt.
yeah. Yeah, Nick just confirmed that 100K is exactly at the timing line, which I thought was the case.
I love
so.
having Nick as a
Thank you, Nick.
resource here.
We appreciate you.
Of course, Nick not here because he was busy running Tucson, and he also has his spot pretty well secured on the 24-hour national team. I don't think we're going to see 5 people eclipse 170 in the timing
I think
or in the
he is
qualifying
safe.
realm.
173.
173, you're right.
Give him those extra miles.
Speaking of, what are we looking at as far as qualifiers? I know we have several. Obviously, we have a lot of people looking to qualify. What are the basic benchmarks at this point?
Yeah, so there's the minimum requirements. So for men, 145, and for women, 130. But generally, in most years, they have to far surpass those minimum standards.
Yes.
And so, yeah, there's six spots on the team. Right now, the last spot for women is 133.6. So we have several women out there today who are looking to, to up that. And
Actually,
then,
4 of the top 5 slots are here today.
Yeah. So there's definitely some returnees who are probably looking to, further solidify themselves in the mix. And yeah, with on the men's side, 148.68 is the minimum. I don't think we have too many men shooting for higher than that. I know Jake Jackson, but he's already pretty solidly on the list with 157 miles.
Olivier is looking for 153 to 155.
Okay.
That I did hear.
All right. So yeah, that, and then potential is, do we know Bob's intentions for 24 hours, or
if he were to go, he would want to hit 150 plus.
Yeah.
But he was non-committal when I spoke to him before the race, and made it sound like he would be happy if he grabbed the age group 100-mile and 200K records that would give him the 55 to 59 numbers.
I presume the age group one's still pretty stout but yeah, we'll have to figure out what that number is.
Yeah, we're reaching the point in the sport where it's grown enough that there are not a lot of soft U.S. records out there anymore. You can't just look down the list and say, oh, I think that I can, sneak that one in there, This is not the beer half marathon here we're talking about. Although that one became pretty stout.
Yeah, that's pretty stout too.
It
Beer
went
mile world records.
It went from like 345 to 130 over the course of a 2-year period. It's because nobody was tracking it.
Yeah. Sounds like Nick will even be joining us later, so that's great.
Absolutely. Nick Curry is
exciting.
Nick is great when it comes to a race like this because he's done it, and he's so analytical, and he's able to really give an interpretation of what the runners are thinking, what they're going through at every juncture. He just approaches it differently. Having watched him participate multiple times over the last few years, each year putting up big numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, he's put up 150 plus every time I've seen him out here. But last year, I really took a close look at how he prepared and how he set himself up. And little Ziploc bags with gummy bears with the amount of calories written on it down to he doesn't leave anything to chance. And if he If he has that kind of day, he earned it. And
Yeah.
he also is very good at pacing himself early, like nobody I've ever seen. He goes into a race, whether it be this or Hard Rock, he's content to let 20, 30 people be ahead of him at any given juncture, knowing full well that he's going to be in the top 5 when all is said and done. In fact, that was part of what we were kind of wondering at Javelina in October. We were watching him, and we knew that he was, in the 5th, 6th, 7th range, at, fairly late on, and we're just operating under the mindset like, oh, Nick is gonna
He'll make his way up. Yeah.
That he was going to move his way even higher. And
It's tricky though, because I also feel like more and more we are seeing some of the the front runners at some of these races stick their races more, like they often we expect, like, or I feel like in the past it was more expected, oh, that person's going to blow up. But
Yes.
we start to see more and more people stick those like fast early paces. So it's tricky, like, to have the restraint to know, okay, I don't have to be up there. I've got 13 hours to figure this out.
Well, to be completely honest, I think that's part of that is the fact that Nick has been very, very vocal about sharing his strategies.
Yeah.
I think that he unlocked some things within himself, and other people have, I know for a fact, other people have approached him, other high-level, big-name runners. And, it's not my place to share names, but there are some names that have actually asked Nick for advice on how to approach 100 miles and 24-hour races. And these are people who, if they're able to unlock the same, mechanisms and strategies that Nick was able to unlock within himself, these are people that could set some really amazing numbers.
Yeah, a thing of note I wanted to add to our people to watch for the men's qualifier standards for the 24-hour national team. Pete Kostelnick, he's currently projected at 160-ish miles for 24 hours. I do think he has the intention of going for the full 24 hours, it sounds like. Like you said, maybe less approaching it from a different perspective, of more just looking to have fun, looking to be out there and enjoy himself. But he's definitely still a competitor.
Absolutely.
And still has, whether it's a personal goal or whether it's a goal more motivated by competition, I think he definitely has a shot. And he's a pretty steady pacer himself, I would say. Like, you don't see Pete going off the front of the field typically.
No.
He looks pretty even-keeled for most of the day. Right now we're seeing him in, he's in 12th overall out of 25 runners, just having recently surpassed 51 miles. But I think we'll start to see his name potentially make his way up through the leaderboard.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me in the least, because as I mentioned, he had run probably more high-level miles than pretty much any American over a several-year stretch over the last 5 to 7 years, and he just kind of found himself in a spot where he wasn't doing what he was setting out to do, and he wasn't happy with it. So he kind of recalibrated his approach, and as I mentioned, it's definitely different to see him out here now, and seeming like he's just got a good mindset and a good look on his face, to be honest.
Yep.
And that's what I saw when I saw him at Mogollon Monster earlier this year, which is definitely not his normal cup of tea. When it comes to racing, that's a pretty rugged environment. Pete usually being a flat, fast type of runner, but he did say it was. He was joking that it was Cocodona training. So I don't know if he's on the race roster, but I guess we just kind of called him out.
Yeah, that's exciting. I think you put your name in for Mogollon.
I put in my name for Mogollon, yes. I blame Andy Jones-Wilkins. AGW and I had a discussion right before the Western States Lottery, and he mentioned that he believed that I probably needed another 100-miler before Western States in order to be ready, and I agreed with him.
Yeah.
I've only done one 100-miler. All of my other qualifiers, I've been in the lottery 5 times, and all of my qualifiers have been 100K, with the exception of Hennepin this year. And Hennepin is not the most technical 100-miler out there. It's pretty flat, less than 1,000 feet of climb, or maybe about 1,000, give or take. Course and through hiking and marking it and sweeping it. So I've spent a few 100 miles on the Mogollon Rim and on the course. It's just a question of putting it all together and getting it done in 38 hours or less.
Audio issues.
Looks like we might be
maybe.
having some audio issues again.
Sorry, folks. We will hopefully get it figured out. Let us know when you can hear us.
I'm going to plug something in real quick.
Yep. Oh, we are back. Wonderful. All right, so let's just get a update for you guys. Camille has not gone back out on the course yet. We will try to get some more intel on that if she plans on going back out for the 12-hour or the 100 records that she's looking to chase. And yeah, so Jake Jackson is in second overall, first male, 55.92 miles, and we are 7 hours, 47 minutes elapsed in the race. Him and Olivier are on the same lap, so close race between the two of them, and yeah, both of them with intentions of going the full 24 hours.
I am noticing that Camille is still lying down over there.
Maybe you can get some intel on that.
I'll have to. I might
Send
need
someone
to
over there.
Yeah, I might need to step away from the booth here or have somebody get us some intel on that. Maybe I can grab one of those other Hoka teammates over there, and maybe they can.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll definitely get some information on Camille here.
Yeah, we'll try to get something to you guys pretty soon, next few minutes.
But yeah, she is lying down on a table over by the aides, so hopefully it's something that they're able to work through.
Give you guys a weather update. Right now we're looking at 63 degrees. That is the high of the day. So in the next half hour, we're going to start to see the temperatures lower. And I think sunset is around just a little after 5.
Seems like it's very early.
So yeah. Yeah, and it's going to really, dip down throughout the night. At midnight, it'll be around 50, and then tomorrow morning, it'll get down to 45. And yeah, we'll start to see the layers coming on through the night, especially as the sun disappears. And so that will be a factor that comes into play here. Definitely important to stay warm, stay cool during the day, and then stay warm at night just to conserve energy.
Well, it's funny you mention the temperature, because to be honest, even if we're at, and this is part of that Arizona sun and how it hits different, because right now we might be at the high temperature of the day, but by no means is it feeling like it's the warmest that it has all day.
No, yeah.
Like earlier today when the sun was overhead and maybe it was technically a few degrees cooler, it might have, it still felt warmer.
Yeah.
It still feels warmer. Like when it said 62 degrees, I was thinking to myself it was probably in the mid 70s. Like I was actually feeling a little bit warm out there.
Yeah.
As I was on the course. Now, part of that was trying to keep up with some of these amazing runners, but at the same time, I know from years of experience being out here and filming them that, you know, when it's getting warmer, but today, yeah, it did feel warmer about 1:30 to 2 p.m. it felt like.
Yeah, and you could tell. I mean, there was a lot more ice bandanas coming out, a lot more ice cubes in the hats. Seeing less of that now. You know, definitely still some folks with the bandanas on, but not seeing like quite as many stops for ice.
A lot of white long sleeves, kind of just trying to encapsulate everything all at once. I know I've been a big fan of the long sleeve running for years, simply because I don't have to change tops or anything. I know that you know, if it's a light wicking material, it can last me whether it's, you know, 45 degrees or 105 degrees. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about 105 out here. Now, if we did a summer solstice, it would be something different entirely.
Yeah.
If you want that race, we've got one called Hot Foot Hamster, where it does hit about 108, 110 degrees
Oh boy.
for a fixed time loop. Oh, it's carnage. It's pure carnage. And you'll occasionally have people that are going out and on pace for 120, 125 miles in a 24-hour, but by the time they hit, nice. Camille Herron has actually just crossed us again. Yeah, good, good looking out. She went from lying down to upright, and when she's out here on the course, she is moving well.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like she took about a 17.5-minute break. We'll see what she comes through the next lap in. I mean, she's been consistently in the 145 to 150 laps all day, just with, that 12-minute break earlier and then now a 17-minute break. I think she's still, probably not too far off, like, the records that she's hoping to get. We'll try to run some numbers there and calculate how much time she has for her both 12-hour record and then 100-mile record.
So yeah, she's. Sure. Do we have a resource for women? For 50 to 54?
He's not having fun, so we need a new goal for him. He was going to go 24 hours, but he's hating it. Pat's happy. Last.
Do we have that on the 100? Are you talking about the 100-mile 50 to 55? Okay, because I know that's what Olivier was going for as well. So if I have that on my notes, I don't know if I actually wrote that down. The 50 to 54 age group world record.
Yeah, his wife just told me he's not into this format.
All right, so we just saw Camille come through another lap. Get an update for you on what that time was.
The 50 to 54 men's ultra road is Bob Hearn, 14:44:21. 14:44.
All right, so Camille's last lap was a 2:06, so she's still moving at a good pace. That's just a little over 8-minute pace, right around 8:30 pace. At 62.6 miles. And at this point, we are approaching the 8-hour mark, so About
So she's
one-third
about
of the way through.
She's got about 440.
Yeah, 445 or so.
Yeah, 445 to potentially break the
37.5 miles.
That math is going to be something that we're following very closely
Yes.
over the next few hours. So,
And I think I'm not sure what 12-hour record it is, but we have a little distance tracking on the timing that all you guys can check out if you do look at the live results. But yeah, we have what world best 12-hour.
so the men's ultra track was actually 13:52:29. So if somebody sees Jesse Ellis, he was asking literally as we were on the air.
Yeah, so Camille is projecting for 12 hours 94.8, which, if the record
what
is
is the-
record, this is 90, which I'm not sure what exact record that is because I know she has, I think, run, potentially 96 miles in 24.
Well,
I mean, in 12, sorry.
The thing is that at this point, the women's 100-mile and the
Thanks, Randy.
the 12-hour tend to go hand in hand at this point because they're so closely intertwined. If you're at a 24-hour formatted race such as this, you're probably going to go for both if you're going for one. Like if you were running a 12-hour fixed time race, yeah, you're not going to likely be able to wrap both up. But if you were, in a 24-hour race such as this, if Camille is able to grab one, then she's by and large likely going to be able to grab another. So.
So a little change up with our first and second men, with Olivier taking the lead over Jacob Jackson. They're still in the same lap, but yeah, I think that's the first time Olivier has moved up on Jacob so far today.
I'll be right back. I'm actually going to go and swing by and talk to Connor real quick and find out exactly what was going on with Camille there, and I'll just be back in about 2 minutes.
I will hop in for the great Christopher Warden, while our investigative reporter goes to do some investigating. So, what have I missed here? A few minutes. So we're past the 100K mark. What do we have a?
So I think the next mark for her is 12 hours.
Do we have the time at 100K?
Oh, for 100K, yeah, she was 7:35. So
And
under
change. Nice.
change.
Well, I mean, she was cranking off some quick laps there.
Yeah. I think it helps motivating her, having these small goals. Really helps break it down. I think 100 miles can just be a bit intimidating when you think of it as just that. So having these goals and world records, age records along the way.
You're able to just focus on small bite-sized chunks, right? Especially after the first 50 miles, right? So the first 50 miles is your longest stretch to focus on a single thing, right?
Yeah.
And then, after 50 miles, it's a 12-mile stretch. Then after that, it's a 4-hour stretch, which is a little bit more attainable. And then after that, it's, 30-something minutes. And then from there, it's like, okay, well, you can you can kind of decide at that point, right? But
then you're in a bit of a no man's land with the.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know.
There are 200K, like
200K.
200K is I think world record distance. Well, We got Mike out with the guitar as we see our runners start to change directions on the track. This happens every 4 hours. So this is their second change of the day, back to the direction they started. I'm sure a welcome moment for some of these runners. They do this just because the wear and tear of going in one direction all day for 400 plus laps starts to add up. So yeah, we'll see. We got the camera as they turn around. There's Mike Melton, our timer, with the guitar, keeping things entertaining as always. Every now and then we see a few dance moves around the cone.
There you just saw Jimmy Strayhorn there, and Olivier LeBlond is coming the opposite way. And there is Jake Jackson. And Randy in the chat. Randy, you can't post, no one can see the link, so YouTube doesn't allow you to post links in the live chat unless you are the like stream owner, I guess. So so no one can see the link that you're referencing. But if you can maybe tell them the website without putting the URL, that might help. Yeah, I mean, hey, I would not put it past Patrick that he will finish strong. Although I was told AJW was coming back, so that might be your next 5-minute union break.
Yeah.
No, but obviously we appreciate Patrick being here, and obviously Chris hopping in there to
Chris
help
is,
me.
in charge of the night shift. That's where things start to get.
And he's gonna come back and give us a little bit of news, and then I believe we're going to switch over to a new stream after Chris delivers the breaking news that he has. So once Chris gets done, we will stop this stream that you're currently watching. We will start up a second stream, which is already scheduled on our YouTube channel. So you can go straight on over to that. We'll get the new stream up. Give us a few minutes so that we can, make sure everything is working as best as possible. But yeah, I'll let Chris take it over, break the news, and then send us off to stream number 2.
Awesome. Welcome back, Chris. So what news do you have for us?
Thank you very much. I went down pit row, and as we mentioned, Camille Herron had laid down for about a 15-17 minute break. I spoke with Connor, and she was having some stomach issues. She found something that would, make her feel a little bit better, and she's back out. She's not quite moving at the pace that they would have hoped initially, but per Connor, she's still actually ahead of 2 major benchmarks that she was looking for.
Okay.
One is the 12-hour. According to Connor, she's still 9 minutes up on that.
9 minutes up on 12. Okay.
And for the 100-mile, she is still about 2 minutes up on that as well. Now, speaking frankly, it doesn't seem like they're as confident about that as they are about the 12-hour. The 12-hour, they're pretty confident about as long as she's able to stay steady and maintain.
Yeah, it's a lot to work with, 9 minutes.
9 minutes in this format is an eternity for these runners. Now, 2 minutes is a little bit less. Now, the thing that would be nice to see if they were to go for it is that she's able to build on that as opposed to give it back.
Yeah.
And that's what we saw actually after she got up from her break after she hit the 50-mile mark. When she hit to the 100K mark, or as she approached the 100K mark, she was able to actually chip away at that deficit, and that's why she was able to come away ahead of and obtain the new 100K mark. So.
Yeah, and I think as she gets closer, I mean, the past with both the 50-mile and the 100K, she's shown us like she starts to pick up the laps a bit.
Absolutely.
So I think we'll see, like, it's a bit it's still 4 hours away, so it is kind of a bit on the horizon. So I think that, might be a bit of a mental struggle just being kind of that far away. But I think as we see the hours start to click off, like I can really picture her that last hour really start to throw down. And we're seeing just with her splits, the last two have been steadily faster. So she's starting to find her momentum out there on the track.
For sure. She's going to need to get down into that 146, 147 range in order to get comfortable. It'll be interesting to see where she's at on this loop because, yeah, like you said, after she came back from her break, she was at about a 2 to 155 range, but if she is getting faster as she goes, and also Camille is the kind of runner who when she's getting closer, she smells blood. Like she got faster as the last couple of miles hit at jackpot. Like she knew where she was at and where she needed to be, and all of a sudden she was running a sub-7 pace 98, 99 miles into the run.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be following that very closely, of course, as we enter Stream 2 here. I know that we're getting ready to flip over on our live stream. Thanks for being with us to this point. We've got plenty of hours, plenty of stories to go. Obviously, we're following Camille Herron as she chases history. We're also following a couple of runners as they approach national marks and age group marks as well. Matt Feldake is on assignment here on the track. Of course, Patrick Herron, myself, Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins bringing you Desert Solstice here from Phoenix, Arizona, brought to you by Hoka and Aravaipa Running.